Okay, give me a second here. Alrighty then. So, do I have to wait for die this time or no? Well, if Di is here, she can tell me what happened last stream. Di, are you in here? Di, say. You know what happened last week? Yes, no, maybe. You're thinking? Stuff with the painting? I think you mean stuff with the sculptures? Larry's picture had to deal with the three girls.
Like the tears on the statue's face that was like, what is it?
No, we weren't discussing about that one. That was a long time ago. We were talking about the ones with the girls onto it. Because it revealed a cart that that was different from the one that had the tea onto it. Larry broke the teapot last time, and he hit it. He switched it. Apparently, the teapot that they were drinking from had ubiquitous into it. Actually, it hasn't been tested yet, but we should be getting the results for it real soon. For it. And the cart that Bound had candy onto it. So it's assuming that the block of ice was lifted on a lift cart, which there was one that was sitting there with water onto it. That's where we think that's what happened. So that's where we're going to start off. April 2nd. Hey, it's not April Fool's Day. Good. 2:33 p.m. Zodiac Fountain Hall. Guess we're done making jokes. The test results have just came in, sir. There we go. We've got our test results. Traces of ubiquium were found in the teapot. They were! Just like Miss Edgeworth said. Curse you! You'd better not think that means you beat me. Okay. You really need to drop this obsession with coming in first, Mr. Winter. We're all on the same side here, remember? We're all trying to get to the truth. Yeah, but... What? But... First is best! Everybody knows it's better to be a winner than a loser. The crime scene is not a competition. Hasn't matured yet. That's really no way for a prosecutor to think. Not a successful one, anyway. What? But Enough. Mr. Edgeworth, please refrain from taunting the boy. He wasn't taunting the boy! He was gay! Edgeworth was being a role model. He was being like a mentor to the kid. He wasn't taunting the boy. He was teaching him the truth about being a prosecutor. Jesus. Ignore him, Eustace. He isn't worthy of your attention. No, don't ignore him. But Gavel. All right. Why don't I take care of things here for now? In the meantime, you can perform the far more important task of going and checking on the victim. Oh, yeah, good idea. I'll be right back. Excellent. We shall see you shortly then. Mr. Winter is annoying, but sometimes harmless. Judge Gavel, on the other hand, now. Miss Bound. Perhaps you could explain why traces of ubiquium were found in your teapot? I had no idea there were anything like that in there. Let's see. Who would have poured the ubiquium inside the statue? I think it would have been Gusteau. Perhaps it's one of the ingredients in the dishwashing soap I use? So you're telling the court that you did not intentionally put ubiquium in the teapot? Yes, exactly. Why would I? Until today, I had no idea that it could even be used to make poison gas. Well, we know that's a complete lie. Objection! You're a trained actress, are you not, Miss Bound? I'd have thought you would be more convincing more convincing liar. What do you mean? You have access to the ultimate cookbook, correct? A book that just happens to contain instructions on how to create the poison gas used in the attack. Meaning it's perfectly possible for you to know exactly how to make it. You're very well informed, Mr. Edgeworth. Miss Bound, is what Mr. Edgeworth said true? The book does contain information on how to make the poison gas, yes. But the fact that I have seen it doesn't make me guilty. Can I ask exactly how the gas was triggered? The victim used a blowtorch to heat the lid of one of the displayed cases, thereby melting the ubiquium. So, she used ubiquium to seal the cases? I see. But he locked himself in the room too, didn't he? Surely that and the fact that he triggered it himself, wouldn't it point to it being a suicide attempt? So she's not willing to admit to anything. Furthermore, where would I have gotten hold of the infesticide ultra? Oh, I don't know. Perhaps you stole it? You know, I did bump into Moody Judy a week or so ago, and that very evening I noticed my infesticide ultra was gone missing! Judy, surely you didn't! You carry your bag of pharmaceuticals with you everywhere, don't you? There would have been any number of opportunities for someone other than myself to steal it from you. That's true. I don't have any hard evidence that it definitely was Miss Bound who stole it. Jude, there's clearly something you're not telling us. Why don't you just come clean in? We all know you never hurt somebody for no reason, so... Not you, too. You think I'm guilty as well, Mr. Fender? Can you blame me? We've got one wing disguised as another. A gas trap in one of his display cases. And you're the perpetrator of the establishment. It's looking a lot like you did it, kiddo. You've got this all wrong. You have to remember, the gallery doesn't have any security cameras, nor any security personnel. If some ill-intended person or other wanted to get in unintended, I don't think they'd have much of a problem. Wow! You're practically asking to be burglarized. You need to be more careful. A great thief could have a field day in here. And I don't think she's joking. And actually, it seems that Mr. Gusteau did, in fact, enter the gallery before it opened. Jeez! Judy's one tough cookie. She's not budging an inch. Maybe it's time to rock a little technique Gregory taught us back in the day. And what technique might that be? So hear me out. Everything's connected to what happened 18 years ago, yeah? If this was Phoenix Wright's situation, she would have a bunch of psych locks. A lot. And since we're not getting anywhere by focusing only on the here and now, maybe we ought to approach this from a different angle and look to the past for clues instead. So this is another thing that Mia taught Phoenix. Think outside the box. Or, as most other people says, go back to the roots. Think back to what happened prior and retrain your thinking. A turnabout in thinking. So my father used this method as well. Alright, Let's run this through the old Thinkatron. How was Jude's involved in what happened back then? According to Miss Bound, it was because of her that Mr. Frost's flavored ice sculpture melted. And yet his sculptures are here on display at this very gallery today. Is it possible that she... Thank you, Mr. Fender. I don't think I know what I need to ask Miss Bound now. Don't thank me. Thank your pops. Now, take it away, Milesy. I'll grab the popcorn. Or in my situation, Doritos. Miss Bound, you say that you were the one who caught Mr. Frost's creation, caused Mr. Frost's creation to melt 18 years ago, correct? I'm afraid so. I was young and foolish, and it was a terrible accident. And yet, what you did allowed you to open this exhibit, no? What do you mean? Yes, what do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? If you were going to ask such questions, perhaps a formal testimony from Miss Bound might be best. Yes, perhaps it might be. I'd like to know a little more about Zodiac Hall. And about why Miss Bound decided this space to Mr. Frost's work. Very well. If you believe it to be relevant to the case, I will allow it. Miss Bound, would you mind? Not at all. I'll do whatever it takes to prove that I'm innocent. And please, if you could give us some background on Zodiac Hall and the pieces on display here. Zodiac Hall. It took 18 years, but at long last, I was finally able to buy Samson's home back a little while ago. But a place like this is expensive to maintain, so I decided to turn it into an art gallery. To that end, I collected as many Paul Halleck's pieces as I could from around the world. Because, if I'm honest, it's always been something of a dream of mine to open a space dedicated to his work. Thank you for your testimony, Miss Bound. How wonderful it is that you were able to fulfill your dream. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, everything seems entirely above board to me. Judge Gavell, that was simply the witness's preliminary statement. As you surely know, the value of the testimony cannot be evaluated without due cross-examination. Haha, spoken like a true attorney. Very well. You may do what you must.
Hold it!
18 years. 18 years. You must have gone through a lot to buy it back, Miss Bound. This home, this place, such memories found. Couldn't stand to lose what I have found. Samson, I did what I had to do. To see that home was waiting here for you. How does she make it look so easy? I'll say, what I wouldn't expect any less from a trained triple threat performer. If you could continue with testimony, Miss Bone, minus the singing, if you please.
Hold it!
You managed the galley by yourself, Miss Bone? Yes, well, we only opened today, so I haven't done much actual managing yet, but I have to keep the mansion going. Can't have it falling down around my ears. Samson could come home any day after all. So she really got the house back for him. So sorry, Judy. Wish I could have done more. Oh, you've done plenty, Miss Defender. If anyone should have done more, it's me. And if the only thing I can do right now is to keep this place safe for Samson,
Hold it!
Prosecutor. That was Mr. Frost's pseudonym, correct? Yes. He adopted it while he was working as a sculptor in France. I see. I'm curious about some of the pieces in your collection. More specifically, how you were able to acquire the Taurus and Gemini sculptures. It was my understanding that Mr. Frost died before he could complete them. Yes, I was able to create replicas for the Winter Wing based on the photos of the sculptures he made. Really? Perhaps you could go into more details on that. Because if I'm honest, it's always been something of a dream of mine to open a space dedicated to his work.
Hold it!
Tell me more about this dream of yours, Miss Bone. Well, what I really wanted was to open a gallery with Samson, of course. A gallery of dance, a gallery of song, a gallery of gaiety and candy and all day long. That was the idea anyways. And here I thought art was to be appreciated in silence, not accompanied by musical numbers. Alas, Mr. Tangara transgressed against the edicts of the goddess of justice. And as such, that part of your dream may go permanently unfulfilled. No! He's innocent! That awful prosecutor refused to listen, but it's true. He never hurt anybody. Mr. Tangara gave a false confession in order to protect Miss Bone. The two of them really did what they could to protect one another, didn't they? I was able to create replicas of the Winter Wings based on the photo of the sculptures he made.
it!
These photos you mentioned, you mean the ones you took, the ones you yourself took in Mr. Frost's room 18 years ago? Yes. You certainly know a lot about what happened back then, Mr. Edgeworth. So those statues in the winter wings were just copies? I didn't even get to see them before they melted. No, the sculptures in question were definitely not replicas, which means that Miss Bound is lying. I know, it's such an awful shame, and after we went to the trouble to recreate them too. The sculptures in the winter wing weren't replicas. They're the very ones from 18 years ago. I need to show her I'm aware of that, or I'll never get to the truth. Okay. So, Miles Edgeworth just gave you a clue, so which statement? Now, which piece of evidence? Okay, there's your evidence. No, that's not going to help us. You gotta, what you're trying to do is prove that they weren't replicas. So the photograph isn't going to prove that they weren't replicas. Sketch isn't going to help you prove that they aren't replicas. There is something on page 2, yes. Hey, Phoenix. I'm afraid you've run out of road, Miss Bound. You can lie all you like, but you can't deny the results of the test conducted on the sculpture's remains. And those tests leave no room for ambiguity. What you have on display weren't replicas. They were the very statues Mr. Frost carved 18 years ago. Ooh, I can probably help explain how they worked it out if you'd like, dear. It's the sugar, you see. You might think sugar, but the composition is actually very unique. You could probably recreate the statues, but the sweet secrets of their chemical makeup, no match. Thank you, Miss Stone. I don't recall asking for her help, but still. To put it simply, the statues didn't disappear back then because they melted. They disappeared because you spirited them away and kept them hidden for these 18 long years. Ah! What? She kept a pair of flowing ice sculptures around somewhere for all the time? Heh. It's not the most out there idea in the world. Assuming you had a big enough ice box. Quiet, all of you. Miss Bound, have you anything to say in your defense? So you've already learned that much? Should I take that means you admit to having hidden the flavored ice sculptures in question? No, I admit to no such thing. You haven't proven that I was the one who took those statues away. And you won't, because it would have been impossible for me to do so in the first place. The police were already here when they disappeared. How could I have done it without them noticing? Huh. How indeed. I don't know yet how exactly, but how you did it. But I'm far from ready to say that it was impossible for you to have stolen them away. You're a very persistent man, aren't you, Mr. Edgeworth? I am indeed, and I won't stop until I get to the truth. I see. Then, I'd better tell you exactly what I did that day 18 years ago. What I did that day. The whole time before judging began, I was waiting upstairs in our living area on standby. During the judging, I had to go change the camera's film cartridge for Samson. But before I could take the camera back to Samson, I discovered Mr. Frost's body. Later around, when your father arrived, I began to make the rounds and serve tea to everyone present. That was when I saw Mr. Gusteau entering Mr. Frost's room. And those were my movements on the day it all happened. I hardly see how you could take issues with any of that. That's for us to decide, Miss Bound. Are you saying there's a contradiction in her story, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm more focused on proving the fact that she did indeed steal those statues. Question is, when she would have had the opportunity to do so. If I can pinpoint that, I might be able to prove what exactly she got up to.
Hold it!
And what were you doing while you were waiting? I was in my room practicing some dance routine. I was on a TV show called Bacon Bop with Samson, you see. Bacon Bop? What kind of a show was it? It was a children's show. The two of them would It was a children's show. The two of them would sing and dance as they made a variety of sweets. Wow, that sounds awesome. Hold the phone, Miles. You used to watch it? My father introduced me to it. I may have watched an episode or two. So Miss Bound passed the time before the judging began by practicing her dance routine. Must have been during the trial. Was this the moment when Miss Bound stole the sculptures? That couldn't have been the moment she did it. I better listen carefully to what she says.
Hold it!
Were you the one who was able to move around freely during the judging? Well, I wouldn't say freely exactly, but I was able to move around more easily than the contestants, yes. Even so, I could hardly have spirited the sculptures away while Samson was standing right there, could I? And I ran straight off to change the film as soon as he asked me. Wouldn't have had time. So changing the film and the camera was requested by Mr. Tangara. Was this the moment when Miss Bound stole the sculptures? That can't have been the moment she did. I better listen carefully to what she says.
Hold it!
You entered the room containing Mr. Tangara's work before bringing the camera back to him, correct? Yes, I heard the sound of something collapsing. Samson, are you in here? Ah! The sound of the chocolate ship falling over after a certain time took a bit out of me. Out of one of the supports. Mr. Tangara was still in Mr. Gusteau's room when you found the body? Yes, I'm fairly sure that was the case. He was judging each room in order, and he liked to take his time. So the point in which she discovered Mr. Frost's body. Was this the moment when Miss Bound stole the sculptures? That can't have been the moment she did it. I better listen carefully to what she says. Just as you did today? Yes. I went over and offered everybody working on the investigation a cup of tea. Present company included. I remember it well. You were here, there, upstairs, downstairs, everywhere with that little cart of yours. Interesting. And did anything strike you as strange around that time? Oh yeah. Gregory was singing the praises of Judy's tea, and I think he mentioned his saucer was cold. The saucer was cold? Was this the moment when Miss Bounds stole the sculptures? Technically, yes. Why else would his saucers be cold? Miss Bound, I believe this is when you stole the sculptures. I hate to contradict you, but the fountain room was full of witnesses at that point, Mr. Fender included. Are you suggesting that I somehow got the sculptures out of Mr. Frost's room right under everyone's noses? That is precisely what I'm suggesting. Miss Bounds stole this ice sculpture, and she did it by hiding them here. Where did she hide the sculpture?
Take that!
My father and Fender had no idea that one of the sculptures was merely inches away from them, because it wasn't just a tea set you were pushing around, Miss Bounds, but a hidden ice sculpture in a glass case. Ah!
Overruled.
Surely such a thing would have been impossible. How would a case of that size fit on a serving cart? It would have been spotted immediately.
Objection!
Who said anything about a serving cart? What? I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Edgeworth. What are you suggesting she used? I'm suggesting that Miss Bound used this to transport the sculptures. What do you think she used? Oh, I should probably do this slowly so you can actually see them. I haven't seen the game yet, Michael. What are they standing?
Take that!
And this is the cart that Miss Bound used to move the flavored ice sculptures out of Mr. Frost's room 18 years ago. And it would appear that this very same cart is still here with us in this fountain room. We originally bought it for use in the contest. And you're saying that Miss Bound loaded Mr. Frost's sculptures onto this cart and carried them off? I am. As you can imagine, all one would needed to do is lay a case in on its side and a tablecloth, and it looks exactly like a normal serving cart, thus allowing her to move the sculptures around freely. Can it be? Holy moly, of course! That's why those saucers were so chilly. They were sitting on top of a big block of ice. Dude, how could you? Impressive. Then again, you are Mr. Gregory's son. Gregory Edgeworth's son. I should have expected no less. There isn't a scrap of evidence that I stole this sculptures all those years ago now. And yet, I knew that no matter what I said or did, I'd always be under a cloud of suspicion. So you admit it? You admit that you stole them from Mr. Frost's room? Yes, I do. I took those sculptures and their glass cases out of that room 18 years ago. As Mr. Edgeworth correctly deduced, I dressed up the lift cart as a serving cart to do it, and slipped in and out of Mr. Frost's room while I was going around serving tea to everyone. In the end, I'd removed not only the sculptures, but the flavored ice Zodiac blocks as well. Zodiac blocks? I feel like I've seen them for myself before. There's a huge block of ice on display here. It must be incredibly heavy, though maybe not. What with it being hollow on the inside. If the winter wing really is an exact replica of Mr. Frost's room from 18 years ago, then even though my father never saw them because they're already melted, the Zodiac blocks must have been in the victim's room back then as well. When I had finished moving the two ice sculptures and the two Zodiac blocks out, I took two fresh, empty cases to Mr. Frost's room and put them where the original two had been. Only the sculptures had been kept in glass cases, you see, to prevent them from being damaged. The blocks were a little more robust, so they had been displayed as is. As stated in the contest rules, we were responsible for providing all display materials, including cases. Meaning it would have been easy for her to prepare those empty spares she swapped in. Mr. Frost's room contained quite a few other flavor iceworks in progress. I figured if I melted them down somehow, the resulting puddles would look like it came from the sculptures. And that is how the sculptures from 18 years ago came to be in the winter wing today. I have to say, Mr. Edgeworth, that's quite the confession. Indeed. And I think she offered it so willingly because she knows there's nothing we can do with it. That's all I have to tell you. However, despite everything I shared, you can't charge me with anything now, can you? What? How did you figure that? Oh my. I would have thought you might know at least this much given we're at a crime scene. I suggest you memorize the various statutes of limitations outlined in this book, which I will tell you right now, Since this is based on Japanese rules, Japan had recently suspended their statute of limitation clause. So their statute of limitation clause don't exist in Japan anymore. And I think they did it, when did they do it? I can look this up. Japan abolished the statute of limitations for murder and other crimes that result in death on April 28, 2010. So pretty much while this game was in development. Because this game came out in 2011. So their clause was ended when this game was in development. Statute of what? Statute of limitations book that I jotted down in my organizer. Simply put, Kay, prosecutors only have a certain amount of time within which they can put a suspect on trial for a given crime. So we're going to read this book because I think it's very important for you to understand exactly what it says word for word in this book. So it says, theft, 7 years from the date of crime. Separate time frames apply with regards to claims for damages included. Okay? Now, as far as I know, they have not changed this clause. So after 7 years, theft is no longer, for that particular theft crime, that's no longer a thing. So she only had to worry about 7 years, where in the case of 15 years from the date of the crime for murder, that was abolished. The statute is suspended should the suspect flee the foreign country. The statute is suspended for the day of any accomplice's indictment to the end of their trial. Remember that. Okay, remember that. Because that's going to be very important later on. Let's take a closer look, shall we? He's going to take a closer look anyways. So, it's different for every crime. Murder, 15 years. Theft, 7 years? Ah. Yes. Miss Bound stole the ice sculptures 18 years ago. So it's too late to have her arrested for that crime. I don't believe it. Well, her crime really isn't important at this situation because it surrounded a murder case. So they're going to overlook it now. What they want to look at is the murder case. That is a serious matter. especially when it involves the removal of evidence from a crime scene. However, as you yourself just pointed out, Miss Bound can no longer be prosecuted for her crime, rendering your revolution rather pointless, wouldn't you say, Mr. Edgeworth?
Objection!
Ha! I wouldn't be so sure about that. For you see, the theft of the ice sculpture isn't my principal interest here. I find the body that reappeared 18 years after the theft to be of considerably more interest. Are you suggesting that I also hid Mr. Frost's body? I am indeed. But how do you keep a body hidden for 18 years without anybody finding out? You freeze it. The body has been frozen. She still can be liable for that crime because she had not been charged with that one. That goes under desecration of the body. That's a whole new crime that they can apply onto her. By hiding it in a very usual way. Oh, now this is interesting. Are you telling me that you know where the body had been for all this time, Mr. Edgeworth? It's not such a big leap if you think about it. Miss Bound has told us already. Let's just say it wasn't just flavor ice that she removed from Mr. Frost's room back then. Very well. If you're convinced in this claim, let's put it to the test. Tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, where exactly was Mr. Frost's body hidden? This one might be a tough one, Di. This one might be a tough one for you. But once you find out the answer, this one's going to be very scary. Which one? Can't be this one. And it can't be this one. This one's going to be a little tough. But once you find out the answer, it's going to be very scary. Which photo? I see 3 photos.
Take that!
A photograph of Mr. Frost's work and of the victim's body, Your Honor. You will have to forgive me, but I don't see what you mean. Where exactly in this photo is Mr. Frost's body? The victim's body is hidden right here. Where is it hidden, Di? More specifically, right here.
Take that!
The Gemini sculpture? Yes. May look like a sculpture at first, but it is in fact Mr. Frost's corpse. See, I told you this was going to be a nightmare. What? Surely you can't be serious. I don't see anything in the photograph to support such a wild claim.
Objection!
That's because a certain piece of evidence was used to hide the body in plain sight. And what piece of evidence might that be? This court demands that you present what was used to conceal the body. You see in the picture, what's over the other Gemini twin?
Take that!
One of the cloths from in the Autumn Wing? Yes. When it's made to glow in just the right way, it's so visually convincing, you might mistake it for ice. Isn't that right, Miss Scone? Well, yes, dear. But you can make it look like just about anything, really, even blazing fire. And the right side shade of blue would make it look like ice. Yes, exactly like it, in fact.
Overruled.
Is it not the case that a certain special device is needed to generate these colors, though?
Objection!
If you would care to take another look at the photograph of the winter wing, Your Honor, you'll notice there is a small box connected to the bottom of the Gemini display case. That's one of the very light-emitting devices in question. Detective Gumshoe even confirmed its presence. In fact, this particular device went missing 18 years ago. Back then, it was no doubt firmly connected to the cloth inside the display case, which means Miss Bound had no choice but to take it with her when she removed the sculpture. So you see, this cloth and the light-emitting device were being used to create the illusion that Mr. Frost's body was, in fact, a statue carved from ice. No! This can't be! Wait, so you're telling me that when we took the photo of us in the winter wing, yes, we were standing right in front of the body. But the body and the cloth were both recovered from the fountain. Why were they found there in the if the body was supposed to be in the winter wing disguised as a sculpture?
Objection!
Both of these would have been no mystery as to how the body had been hidden if we had found it as is. Miss Bound needed to remove Mr. Frost from the winter wing in order to throw us off the scent. Ridiculous. I don't care how sneaking around behind our backs to throw a body in the fountain. No, she didn't need to, because she had another method at her disposal. Her trusty lift cart, the same cart that had proved so useful in executing her original theft. What? Ah! I believe she wheeled the body into one of the other wings and floated it down the stream to the fountain. The frozen body, being quite solid, probably got stuck somewhere along the way, which is why only the cloth appeared at first. The cloth Miss Scone discovered, and then the body followed afterwards once it had thawed enough. It's an ingenious theory, Mr. Edgeworth. But can you prove that it was me? It seems a little unfair to expect me to accept your accusations without proof, don't you think? What about an eyewitness? Do you think somebody must have spotted her when she was moving the body? As a matter of fact, I do. And the contradiction in the piece of evidence I was provided will shed light on exactly how Miss Bound moved the body as well. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any evidence to support your allegation? Of course. I have a piece of very compelling proof right here. Then please present it to the court. What evidence do you have that proves Miss Bound acted as you claim? This one should be easy. Should be pretty easy for you, Di. No, there's nothing on page 1 that's going to help you. There is something on page 2 that'll help you.
Take that!
More drawings. And is that me? Yes. Mr. Butts drew sketches of people as they passed through the fountain room. But what I'm interested in is the cart we can see here. Miss Bound's serving cart. Miss Bound's serving cart. What about it? Huh. You don't see it? She's using the same trick she used 18 years ago. Ergo, we know that Miss Bound was busy moving Mr. Frost's body when this picture was being drawn. What? If I may, I don't see Mr. Frost's body anywhere in this sketch. All I see is a picture of me delivering chocolates to everyone. Really? Then allow me to direct your attention to the color of the tablecloth, Miss Bound. I originally thought that Mr. Butts had made an error, but he's assured me that couldn't possibly be the case. This tablecloth appears to be light blue. Yes, a shade of tablecloth that Miss Bound doesn't seem to own. The cloth only appeared to be light blue due to the body hiding just underneath. What? But the shape of the card is perfectly rectangular, just as one would expect. Surely it would be immediately obvious if the tablecloth was being draped directly over the body. Not if the body had been placed inside of one of those hollow zodiac blocks in the winter wing. Place one of those on the lift cart and it easily passed muster as a regular serving cart. Wouldn't you agree? Goddess of Justice! She is saying Goddess of Justice in vain, so she's technically swearing. Miss Bound, surely now you must admit that it was you who moved the body, just as you did 18 years ago. I didn't expect you to deduce all that from a single simple sketch. But the sketch alone isn't really enough to prove your theory, is it? You needn't worry about that front. My case doesn't rest solely on Mr. Butts' artwork. Once you have disposed of the body, your serving cart becomes a simple lift cart once more. Which is exactly what we discovered here in the fountain room. And without a serving cart, you had to find some place to put your chocolates. My chocolates? The ones I was handing out? As we saw in the sketch, you had originally placed them on top of the cart. But the chocolates you gave us came from your pocket. Oh yeah, mine was half melted. It was still super sweet and tasty though. Why did you suddenly feel the need to put the chocolates in your pocket, Miss Bound? It was because you no longer had a serving cart to put them on. That's why. Ah! One moment, please. You have explained what Miss Bound did with the chocolate and the lift cart. But what about the tablecloth? Where did it go? The tablecloth wasn't a tablecloth at all. It's a luminous cloth. Indeed, if stashing the chocolate in her pocket was the only solution she could think of, I doubt Miss Bound had the time to dispose of an entire tablecloth. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you have an answer for me? Miss Bound didn't hide or dispose of the tablecloth, Your Honor. In fact, it's right here in front of us. Perhaps you would care to enlighten us? Where exactly is the tablecloth Miss Bound used to hide the body? One of those is correct. But which one is correct? Now the fountain's completely clean. They've investigated it completely. It's completely clean now. Miss Bound has the tablecloth on her person, and in plain view, in fact. In plain view? No. Surely you don't mean Miss Bound? It's the cloth around your waist, isn't it? And given that the Zodiac blocks weren't kept in glass cases, that cloth would have been in direct contact with the ice. All we would need to do to confirm my theory is test the cloth for traces of sugar used in Mr. Frost's work. The game is up, Miss Bound. It's time to come clean. You won't need to test the tablecloth. Everything you said is true. I stole Delicia's insecticide ultra, and I moved Mr. Frost's body. It was me. It was all me. Delicia, I'm so sorry. Last week, I went into your bag and I took it. And then I put it in his pocket, hoping to make it look like he had tried to do it himself. I also made sure to leave no fingerprints but yours, just in case the police suspected foul play. Judy, you... Oh gosh! But Judes, why? Weren't we supposed to be on the same side? All fighting together to free Samson? We were, but I couldn't afford to get arrested. Not yet. Not until I'd finally proven that Samson is innocent. I always planned to give myself up in the end, I swear. I know it's easy to say that now, but why do it this way, though? It's not like you. I'm sorry, Mr. Fender. I've caused you so much trouble. I've been the guilty party all along. Ever since that day 18 years ago. Are you trying to tell us that the true culprit in the IS-7 incident was you? I committed a terrible crime. I took those sculptures and I stole them for purely selfish reasons. The moment Mr. Frost died, they became more than mere entries in a confectionery contest. They became the final works of Samson's final favorite artist. I couldn't allow them to just melt away, not before he came home. In that moment, I couldn't let anybody near them, not even the police. So I hid them. I knew it was wrong, but I just had to. I put them in the cold storage room for safekeeping. But what I had actually done was far worse than anything I could have possibly imagined. Because who would have thought that Mr. Frost's body itself was posing as one of the sculptures? So she didn't know about the body when she stole the sculptures? Samson is a kind man, a saint. He could never kill anybody. Never. And yet, because of what I did, the police never found Mr. Frost's body, and Samson was found guilty. After all he'd done for me, he was my family, the only family I've ever had. He was the most important person in the entire world to me, and Jude's. After his conviction, I was forced out of our home. I was finally able to return only a few days ago. When I did, I went to the cold storage room to check up on the sculptures, and that's when I saw it. Mr. Frost's body. It had been there the whole time. Of course, by that point, the statute of limitations had expired. So I did what I did today, because it was the only way I could think of to make things right. It seems I misunderstood her intentions. Everything she's done really has all been for Mr. Tangara's sake. Hey, what are you thinking about, Mr. Edgeworth? Something that's been puzzling me. Why did Miss Bound use poison gas? Why not a more reliable method? And why disguise the autumn wing as a winter wing? The only reason I can think of is to confuse someone who was here 18 years ago. Yeah, I wonder who she had in mind. If she was trying to prove that Mr. Tangara is innocent, Miss Bound's ultimate goal must be to... This one should be easy. Could she have been trying to discover the identity of the true culprit? Miss Bound, your ultimate aim was to see Mr. Tangara clear of all charges, correct? And to that end, you had to expose the real killer and have the police find the body from 18 years ago. Is my understanding of your intentions correct? Exhibiting the sculptures was sure to force the killer to return to the crime scene. After all, they were the only person apart from you who knew that the body was hidden in the icework. So they would have freaked out thinking the body was about to be discovered and came running, yeah? Exactly. Miss Bound ran the risk that the killer might successfully cover their tracks this time. In the worst case scenario, they might even have been able to remove Mr. Frost's body from the scene. So how could she lure the true killer into revealing themselves without putting vital evidence at risk? Oh, I see what you're getting at. You're saying that's why the autumn wing was all winter wingy? I am. You were betting on one thing, Miss Bound, weren't you? That whoever opened the Pisces case you had so carefully disguised as the Gemini case would be the real perpetrator of the IS-7 incident. No! But that would mean the real killer was...
Overruled.
Enough. Not another word. Do you realize the implications of what you are saying, Mr. Edgeworth? Are you prepared to stand behind the accusations you are clearly about to make? Miss Bound set a trap for Mr. Frost's killer, meaning that whoever found themselves caught in that trap is highly likely to be the guilty party. But I lack the evidence to support such an assertion. To accuse someone without any evidence is not to be done lightly. So, should I really go ahead and make my accusations and name Mr. Frost's killer nonetheless? We don't have a choice, do we, Ty? My ultimate goal is to see the truth exposed. And to do that, I need to seize the moment. Yes, Judge Gavell, I am prepared to stand behind my accusation. I know exactly who is to blame for the IS-7 incident. And you do too, Di. You do too. No. Miss Bond is not the killer. Because if she was the killer, she would have known about the body's location.
Take that!
Mr. Gusteau, the victim of the poison gas attack is the perpetrator behind the IS-7 incident? Gusty? Mr. Gusteau? Miss Bond, as we have established, you knew that the opening of the gallery would lure in the real culprit. And you set up the poison gas trap in order to catch them. Did you dispute the facts thus far? You're a very impressive man, Mr. Edgeworth. Just like your father. And of course, you're absolutely right. Then perhaps you could tell us exactly what happened in your own words. Of course, I have nothing to hide anymore. So I might as well tell you everything. As you said, I set a trap here in the gallery to try and catch Mr. Frost's killer. Before we opened, I made sure the doors to the autumn wing was the only one that was unlocked. When opening time came, I went around to unlock the doors of the various rooms and found that the autumn wing had been locked from the inside. The killer is on the other side of the door, I thought. Well, it frightened me. And then she simply walked away, leaving him to fall victim to her poison gas trap. When I heard that Mr. Go was being treated for gas inhalation, that's when I knew he was the murderer. All that was left was for the police to find Mr. Frost's body, and then Samson would finally be proven innocent. At least that was my plan. Jude, why didn't you tell me? You know I'm always here for you, right? We could have found another way. Didn't have to be like this. Thank you, Mr. Fender. You've been so very kind to me all these years. But I'm the one who created this mess. So it was up to me to try and clear it up. I didn't care what it took. as long as I could get Samson out of that awful place. Judy. 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 18 years ago, the police managed to cover up the fact that Mr. Frost's body had gone missing. If I went to them now and said it had reappeared, I was afraid they might have tried to cover things up again. So I worked to set off a very public incident here in the gallery in front of as many witnesses as possible. I'm so sorry, Judy. With how corrupt the police is, that might have been the only choice. That might have been the only choice. So, do you blame her actions? Of course, what she did was wrong, but was her actions justified? I think her actions were justified. You, Samson, Gregory, I'll let you all down. Fender. This can't be easy for him. No. I'm the one who should be apologizing. Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender, I hope one day you can forgive me. Whatever punishment I have to face, I'm ready to accept it. But please, if I may ask one thing of you, it's that you simply must clear Samson's name. The way the truth of these past 18 years had come to light was unexpected, to say the least. And yet, it only set us down a path towards an even more shocking end. Okay. We should probably review this. Again, I'm going to ask that question again. Do you feel Judy Brown's actions were justified? You think? I think so too. Because if the police is as corrupt as they are, then that was her only choice. That's the only choice she could have made. And everything that she had done to try to get Samson out of jail, I think that was her only option. She did admit that she did not know where the body was. So in that case, that means she's not the killer. Her primary goal was to lure the killer in, because she found the body 18 years ago. When she reclaimed this mansion again, she had found the body in the cooler. And the only person that could have done that was the killer. The only person. No doubt in anybody's mind, actually, that the one who could have done that was the killer. So that's why she set the trap up like she did. Now, we are accusing Camilla Gusteau of murdering Artie Frost. What do you think was his motive? Well, it's almost obvious that his motive was to get his hands on the Ultimate Cookbook. But in the end, he never got it. So that's where we're at right now. April 2nd, 3:11 p.m. Zodiac Hall. Fountain Room. Miss Bound, are you feeling a little calmer now? Yes. Good. Allow me to get to the point. Regardless of your intentions, you broke the law. Yes, I understand. Nevertheless, I understand that you did what you did in order to prove Mr. Tangara's innocence. Now, granted, breaking the law is a bad thing. There are just some things that the law does not have an answer for. Do we punish those people for doing the right thing even though it's against the law? That is the question that the law can't answer. So the law does things in their own power to punish people, whether it's right or wrong. That's why everybody says the law is not perfect. Because the law doesn't determine doesn't determine what's right. Therefore, if the real culprit really is someone else, then we have a duty to reinvestigate the case.
Overruled.
There is nothing to suggest that anything nefarious took place in the official IS-7 incident records. And right now, there is nothing to suggest that we should take Miss Bound at her word either. So our first order of business should be to arrest the culprit of the case before us, Miss Bound herself.
Objection!
Official records cannot always be trusted, Judge Skidwell, especially since there are those prosecutors who would think nothing of twisting the facts.
Overruled.
Are you suggesting that the committee at the time overlooks just such a prosecutor? That's for you and your people to figure out. However, it is a fact that the autopsy report was faked, seeing as Mr. Frost's body was only found just now. She can't deny it. The autopsy report is the first piece of evidence in a murder case. And if you don't have an autopsy report, you don't have a case. And the fact that the autopsy report was fabricated should have told the judge that they cannot proceed the trial without an official autopsy report. The prosecutor should have already lost his position as prosecutor, and the accused would have automatically been clean of all charges because of the mistake that the prosecution made. Which means the case would have been left unsolved until something came up to reopen the case. should have been the way it went. There really is something of Mr. Von Karma in you. The committee's view. I think we only get one testimony from her. Yeah, we get one testimony from her. And then we get to meet Camila Gusto. The committee is willing to accept that Mr. Von Karma falsified Mr. Frost's autopsy report. Even still, Mr. Von Karma only managed to have Mr. Tango convicted as an accomplice. That's a lie. I personally have come to believe that the real culprit behind the IS-7 incident is Miss Bound. I briefly went offline. Let me see here. I lost 1440 frames. Okay. It just seemed to burped a little bit, but I seem to be back online. What did you miss? Was any dialogue missed? Not really? Okay. As long as it wasn't a big thing. I didn't notice anything went out on my end. I just see that I have 1,440 frames lost on YouTube. The other two didn't disconnect. It just seemed like YouTube had a fart. Anyways, let's continue. Her plan to poison and kill Mr. Gusteau today was her attempt to frame him for Mr. Frost's murder. And this is how the committee sees things, is it? It is. As always, I act solely in service of law and order. It sounds to me like all she's doing is acting in service of the committee and covering up the truth. And if I can't change your mind, there will be no saving Mr. Tangara or Miss Bound. If you accept that Mr. Von Karma falsified the report, then why won't you reinvestigate the case? Because the goddess of justice is never wrong. That is incorrect. That is very incorrect. The goddess of justice does make mistakes. And she is forgiven for making the mistakes that she's made. So that statement is completely false. Her verdict means, despite blatant evidence tampering, you sure your precious goddess is into that? Almost makes you think the committee might have other reasons for not wanting this looked into again. Further investigation is simply unnecessary since the goddess of justice has already spoken. Goddess of justice has spoken incorrectly. So when the goddess of justice is wrong, we reinvestigate. Because the goddess of justice acts out accordingly when there's a mistake made. And the goddess of justice acknowledges this mistake. This is what she doesn't understand. Is that right? C. Let's see what Google says. It doesn't really specify. Why is Lady Justice blindfolded? Because Lady Justice is blind, which implies that she makes mistakes. She doesn't know the truth.
Lady Justice is blind because she does not have she's never a witness.
Hold it!
I believe it was a confession that sealed Mr. Tangra's fate in the end. A confession secured by Mr. Von Karma, which should surely cast doubt on the final verdict itself.
Overruled.
Samson Tangra confessed to the initial investigation officer, one Detective Ian Sidman. The confession was forced. They forced the confession out of him. They literally pushed the man into a state of panic so that he could confess to a crime he did not commit because he was tired of the interrogation. That's also a crime in itself. So the confession itself is not legal. The official records state that it was his interrogations that led to the conviction. Therefore, all I can say to you is the goddess of justice has already spoken. Unbelievable! She just won't budge at all. Are these committee guys really that big of a deal? In many ways, they are a prosecutor's worst nightmare. So kind of like how the police are to the great thief, huh? Funny how you don't seem to have a problem working with the police when it suits you. He has a point.
Hold it!
Are you suggesting that Mr. Tangra and Miss Bound killed Mr. Frost together? Why not? You could even imagine they split their roles as thus. Mr. Tangra could have been the one to commit the act itself, while Miss Bound was to remove the body. What? The thought of that you stole his corpse and hid it for 18 years. No, she didn't. She didn't hide the body for 18 years. She didn't steal it first because she didn't know where the body was. She just stated that. Is it really so surprising? Miss Bond has freely confessed to all of her crimes. Now is not the time to speculate about what else she might have done in the past. Very well. Then let us pass judgment on what we know she did in the present. Why would Miss Bond have chosen to frame Mr. Gusteau for the murder? No doubt because he suspected her of being the real culprit. He may have entered what he thought was the winter wing simply to see if the Gemini statue was genuine. Little did he know that he would be greeted by a trap designed to silence him, a trap that nearly worked. I don't think so, because he could have looked at it from afar, but he wanted to see if the body was still inside, because he's the one that put the body inside the glass case with the Gemini statue, and he wanted to see if the body was still there.
Objection!
Do you have any evidence to support this line of reasoning? Unfortunately, Mr. Gusteau remains in critical condition. It will be difficult to prove anything until he regains consciousness. In other words, there's little we can do for now. On the contrary, there is plenty we can do. You still have not grasped the situation, have you? And allow me to spell it out for you. We have all the evidence we need to explain both the IS-7 incident and the poison gas attack.
Hold it!
All the evidence you need? In the matter of the IS-7 incident, we have a body, a murder weapon, and 2 suspects. As for the poison gas attack, we have the source of the 2 chemicals in Miss Bond's confession. And as for you, Mr. Edgeworth, we also have enough evidence to see that you yourself will have to answer to the committee in a formal hearing. What? Whoa! That doesn't sound good. Don't worry, Mazzarino. If nothing else, you're always more than welcome at Edgeworth & Co. Your Honor, I'd simply appreciate it if we could stay focused on the matter at hand. Of course. Now, where was I? We have therefore determined that there is no need to investigate either case any further.
Hold it!
You really mean to assert that there are no loose ends left to investigate? None at all? All the evidence has been examined at length, and there is nothing more to be learned from them. Therefore, I see no need to further prolong this trial. This court finds the defendant misfound. Your Honor, I'm certain there's nothing that still needs to be examined. The hammer is about to fall, Mr. Edgeworth. Only hard evidence can stop it now. Present what you think requires further deliberation now, assuming there really is anything left, that is. This isn't over yet, not by a long shot. There's still one thing we don't have an answer to, and it's up to me to point out to Judge Gavell. All right. Which statement, Di? All right, which piece of evidence? The finger marks are from 18 years ago. That cannot be used to open the new case. Anything that's related to the IS-7 case cannot be reused. It's on page 2, yes. You can't use either of the photos. The photos are from the IS-7 incident. So everything on the top row of the second page can't be used because they belong to the IS-7 incident. Well, the teapot really isn't going to help us. Sure, it has ubiquium in it, but it doesn't help us with this to reopen the IS-7 incident. The sketch isn't enough to open up open up this case. This is the only thing that can help us because this is new evidence created by an investigator.
Objection!
I'm afraid there is still one question concerning the IS-7 incident that remains unanswered, Your Honor. Would you mind taking a look at this? What is it? They're test results carried out on the liquid at the bottom of the Gemini case in the winter wing. As you can see, traces of blood were detected. The question is, whose? Until that question is answered, I hardly think you can claim to have all the evidence. There was blood in the Gemini case? Why did I not hear about this from Eustace? Wait, didn't her and Eustace order that investigation? They ordered that test to be done, didn't they? Because Detective Gumshoe informed me of the results directly. I was planning to tell Mr. Winter about it myself, of course. You kept this to yourself until now, despite having no jurisdiction here whatsoever. Mark my words, the committee will hear all about what you have done here today. As ever, my interest is in the truth, and if mistakes were made in the past, they must be rectified. If you must report me to the committee, then so be it. But we're in the middle of an investigation. Her report has no She has no reason to report him because nothing's going to trial yet. is still in the middle of the investigation and is approved by the police, so there is nothing that she can do. But in return, we must be allowed to investigate this case to the very end. That is not my decision to make. You will need to discuss it with Eustace. Guess who's back, losers? And we got good news, too. It was a close call for a minute there, but Carmelo Gusto is alive. Gusto. He made it. You're the one who found me? Yep. Long time no see, Gusto. You're that attorney's assistant. You've grown and you have an assistant of your own now. An assistant? No, I'm... He hasn't got the gig just yet. This is Gregory Edgeworth's son. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, at your service. Fate moves in mysterious ways. I'm in your debt. If you hadn't found me in time, I wouldn't be here to thank you. Oh, you're very welcome. Why does he look like he's been through a barbed wire fence? After all, if you hadn't lived, we wouldn't be able to ask you what really happened 18 years ago. Huh? What are you talking about? We figured quite a bit while you were out cold, including the fact that you're probably the guy who offed poor Artie Frost. What? Is that true? Miss Bones set up a very elaborate trap to catch Mr. Frost's murderer. A trap that involved rigging the Pisces case with poison gas. Perhaps, in light of that fact, you could tell us in your own words what happened back then. Or perhaps you'd rather exercise your right to remain silent. Oh, it's not that. Gusto's here a fan of the old meditation, you know. Om and all that jazz. Wow, sleeping while standing seems pretty cool. That's one heck of a talent. Except that there's no sleeping involved in meditation, Kay. Hey, Gusto, old pal. How about you snap out of it and tell us what went down way back then? I was caught in the girl's trap, so I must be the killer? Is that your idea of a joke? I'm the victim here. It's very strange how he was such a slender man 18 years ago, and now he's bulky. Like he turned into Wolverine. Indeed, you are, Mr. Gusto, and there is no evidence that you have done anything wrong yet. Mr. Edgeworth and Mr. Fender are merely speculating. Rest assured that they have no authority here, and that you may pay them no heed. Somebody here seems to be on my side. Judge Verdigavel, it's a pleasure, Mr. Gusto. I will assist you in any way you may require. Perhaps you have begun by explaining what exactly happened 18 years ago to Mr. Edgeworth? Fine. You want me to prove I'm innocent, Mr. Prosecutor? I'll be happy to.
Objection!
So, this is how you mean to play it, Judge Gavell? You're hoping Mr. Gusteau will help you to hide what happened instead of trying to correct the record? I believe only in the infallible judgment of the goddess of justice, except it is us humans who make the actual judgment calls in a court of law. And so long as these are those who would use the law to their advantage, our ruling are fallible indeed. If you would use your position to further obscure the truth, then neither she nor I will forgive you. Ha ha, we shall see about that. What do you advise, Judge Cavell? It would seem that you are under suspicion because it was you who triggered the poison gas. Specifically by opening the Pisces case lid. Would you be so kind as to share why with us? Understood. I came to see Frost's sculptures, simply as that. I made a mistake with the opening times and arrived half hour early. Miss Bone, was there no one at the reception desk around that time? I had left the main entrance unguarded and locked, just in case the killer made an appearance. I was also busy making preparations elsewhere, all the way up until the gallery's opening. So no, there was no one here at the first floor then. But I did make sure that all the wings were locked up tight, all except for the autumn wing, that is. I see. She did all that just to steer the culprit into the autumn wing, which is precisely where Mr. Gusteau went. Sneaking into a building's pretty suspicious, however you slice it. Silence in the courtroom. I will permit no objections or interventions unless there is some evidence that the witness is lying. The courtroom? You know this is an art gallery, right? Mr. Gusteau, if you could please continue by explaining why you opened the Pisces case. I want to see Frost's work up close. So I went up to the Gemini... sorry, guess it was supposed to be the Pisces statue. His goal was to check the Gemini case. That's a slip up that we need to write down, Di. Write that down. Gusteau meant to see the Gemini statue. And I saw that the lid was frozen on tight. So I grabbed a blowtorch from nearby and tried to open it. When I finally opened it, gas came pouring out. Fascinating. He is the sort of flawless testimony attorneys can only dream of. Yeah, the everything sounds like a live kind. I am none too satisfied with Mr. Gusteau's explanation myself. Alas, there is no evidence to refute it. Come on! There must be something. It's Bone's story you should be questioning, not mine. I'm not the one who set up the gas trap. She could have killed anybody with that thing.
Objection!
She turned on the sprinklers as soon as the gas was released. She knew exactly what she was doing. She was gunning for the killer and nobody else. That killer being you, old pal. So you believe the self-confessed criminal? Miss Bone is far from blameless in this affair, and she will have to pay for her crime. But so will Mr. Frost's killer. You seem determined to pin Frost's murder on me, but I had no reason to kill him. Yeah, you did. You had a motive. You wanted the ultimate cookbook. And you have no evidence to prove otherwise. Can we really not prove that he's the killer, Mr. Edgeworth? Mr. Gusteau fell victim to the poison gas. That much is indisputable. Yet, no matter how suspicious his actions in the present may seem, they prove nothing about the past. Yeah, but then what about Mr. Fender? There must be something we can do. You're right. We may not have evidence, but we have plenty of intel. Let's see how. If Gusteau killed Frost, he must have had a reason. He claims not to have a motive, but that can't really be true, can it? Murderer's motive. Gusteau insists he had no murder to kill Artie Frost, but if he did, he had one. Not many people committed murder just for fun. I didn't even know that rhymed. In fact, your old man had a little back and forth with Von Karma about a probable motive too, remember? How can you possibly say that with any certainty? If their relationship had broken down for no reason, cooperation ended. Gusteau helped Frost in the final, but the favor wasn't returned. That could very well have been the motive behind this murder. Von Karma wouldn't let us talk to Gusteau back then, but we can now. If we can put the pieces together, I think the picture we've been looking for might just emerge. Yes, I think you might be right. I need to think back over everything we know about the IS-7 incident, especially the questions that never got answered. And the finger marks? Were you the one wearing the gloves? Miss Scone denied that the finger marks on the frames were hers. Well, what if they were Mr. Gusteau's? Perhaps he had wanted to take a look through the Ultimate Cookbook for himself. Wanted the Ultimate Cookbook? Had Gusteau's goal been to look through the Ultimate Cookbook all along? So he asked me to go put in a new cartridge. He seemed to think that there should be more shots left than there were. In other words, the film ran out sooner than expected. Yes, the number of shots he took didn't line up with the number of shots remaining. There should be some green in that text. There isn't. Remaining exposures. More film had been used up than Tengra expected. Did someone else use the camera? But he thought maybe he'd just lost track somewhere along the way. My father noticed these things for a reason. I just need to piece them together correctly. In the absence of evidence, it's the only way to the truth. Okay, you have nope, they won't fit together. At least not right now. Mr. Gusteau, you and Mr. Frost conspired to create works for the contest together, did you not? Huh? So you know my little secret. Mr. Fender was kind enough to inform me. Mr. Frost was in charge of the design, while you were in charge of the flavor, is that correct? What can I say? still had a long ways to travel on the road to becoming a master confectioner. But you only collaborated up to the semi-final. Something changed after that. We both wanted to show what we could do. Show that we were better than Tangura.
Objection!
Then why did you end up helping Mr. Frost with his entry for the final? What grounds do you have to say that? Your own statement made to Mr. Von Karma 18 years ago. You told him that you had been working together right up until the day before the final. Mr. Frost's entry was carved entirely from blocks of flavored ice, and with ice which would have needed to at least a day to freeze, and whose flavor would therefore have already been prepared by Mr. Gusteau. Yes, which lines up perfectly with what Gusteau told me. That he helped Frost until the day before the final. In that case, why didn't Mr. Frost reciprocate and help Mr. Gusteau in return? I can hardly be expected to read the minds of the dead. So, why didn't Mr. Frost help you in return, I submit that your relationship broke down for some reason, and that became the basis of your motive for murder. That's not how it was. Sure, we stopped working together, but it was all perfectly friendly. You stopped working together in a friendly way? Kind of hard to imagine, but okay. Besides, how do you think I did it exactly? You think I just strolled into Tangura's room and killed Frost? I couldn't have killed that man while Tangura was in there working on his chocolate pieces, could I? Timing the murder. Gusteau couldn't have killed Frost with Tangura in his room. So you see, it can't have been me. I wouldn't be so sure. There must be a window of time when Mr. Tangura wasn't in his room. And if I can prove that, I can prove that Mr. Gusteau had the opportunity to kill Mr. Frost. Alright. Oh, great. Which one died? It looks like... all three streams are going. Hold on, let me check something. That one's still running. No, they can't fit together. They won't be able to fit together. They're not going to be able to fit together either. So these two has to fit together. Photographing the cookbook content would be the perfect way to steal its secret undetected. What if Mr. Gusteau did just that? What if he used Mr. Tangura's camera to photograph the book? It'd be the perfect crime, so much better than stealing it and getting chased by the cops. A sneaky snapshot for 20, huh? That could work. The only question is, when would he have done it? Good question. What about during afternoon tea? Didn't Delicia say that Gusteau and Frost had missed out on the little tea party they had? Afternoon tea. Frost and Gusteau didn't attend afternoon tea. Which brings me to the next question. When do we know for certain that Mr. Frost was still alive? Then after the contest began, nobody saw hide nor hair of Frost, as he had secluded himself in his room. The only person capable of entering his locked room was Tangra, possessing, as he did, the only key. Miss Scone, were Mr. Tangra's works the only ones you sampled? No, dear. I couldn't help myself. When I had finished my afternoon tea, I tiptoed over to Chilly Willy's room for a little taste, too. Mr. Frost had kept to himself inside his room after the contest had started. But he was gone by the time Miss Scone snuck into to sample his work, meaning there's a good chance he was murdered before the end of afternoon tea. Those strings on the lyre, could they have been covered in blood and absorbed the ice liquid, which means it would have taken the color away, which would have made them very, very, very salty. Now we can piece these together. We can be sure that Mr. Frost was alive until the beginning of afternoon tea, making tea time the only window during which Mr. Gusteau could have killed him. Are you satisfied with Mr. Gusteau's story now, Mr. Edgeworth? Sadly, I'm afraid I'm still rather unsatisfied, but things are finally starting to become clearer. The truth will soon come to light at last. Do you mean to say that you have uncovered new evidence? Evidence? No. I was hoping I might convince Mr. Gusteau to open up to us about it instead. Oh, is it mind game time again? It is. Mr. Gusteau, I have a question for you. I said I have a question for you. What is it? You chose to make your entry for the final on your own. I told you, I want to test myself. I want to prove I was the best in the world.
Objection!
If that was the case, then surely you wouldn't have chosen to cheat in the first place. So tell me, Mr. Gusteau, why did you feel the need to team up with Mr. Frost? "18 years ago, Mr. Gusteau and Mr. Frost collaborated in the confectionery contest. Why did they work together, and why did they enter the contest in the first place? That's the information I need to get out of my opponent somehow." Mr. Gusteau seems to have a habit of pretending to be asleep when things aren't going his way. Let's start by focusing on why he chose to work with Mr. Frost. By my hand, now is the time to dig up the truth that was buried all those years ago. Mr. Gusteau, what inspired you to collaborate with Mr. Frost? We were acquaintances before we were contestants. He was interested in entering the contest, so we decided to sign up together. And your decision to pair up with a sculptor had nothing to do with your lack of faith in your skills? You don't know me. We joined forces because we wanted to make the most perfect creations possible. That's all. Frost's son and mine were in the same grade at school, so we got along pretty well too. Oh? So you were just two friends who happened to try for the title of World's Greatest Confectioner? Pretending to be asleep when the going gets tough won't work on me, I'm afraid. Mr. Frost was a sculptor, Mr. Gusteau. I doubt he cared much about winning a title for confectioner. In which case, he probably had a different motive for taking part in the contest, wouldn't you say? Fine. It was me. I wanted the title. Frost was only in it for the prize, the ultimate cookbook. I see. And since your objectives dovetailed so neatly, you decided to work together. But then something happened, a breakdown in your relationship, perhaps? If so, I want to know why. Mr. Prosecutor, I'm so quite unwell after my brush with death. Push me too hard, and I'll be on my way back to the medical room. No, wait! Then you'd better wrap this up quickly. I'm already dangerously low on patience. Mr. Gusteau is trying to desperately to make his escape, but he's not going anywhere yet. Not as long as he's still keeping things from me. So let's figure out what he was really after next. There's no time to lose. I need to pick the right line of questioning and fast. You two had your eyes on something other than the title, didn't you? After all, I'm not sure the title of World's Greatest Confectioner ever counts for that much. Now you insulting the way of the confectioner? My goal, my only goal, was to win that title. I didn't care about anything else. You had no idea how much it would have meant to me. Oops, that's not right. I'll expose all your lies in the line. In the end, Mr. Gusteau, it's only a matter of time. Sorry, I wanted to see if I could do an impression of you. Turns out it's easy. He's happy to bide his time as well, it seems. I'll need to pick my words more wisely. Okay. I need to study my opponent's reaction, pick up my opponent's reaction accordingly. Alright. We did this. I do like that joke though. Look, my senses of design may not have been up to snuff back then, but you should see me now. Oh? So you've improved? You bet I have. I didn't do all the training in Zhengfa for nothing. I looked up to Tengri, you know. Spent hours poring over the designs of his work. Even used to watch his show with my son. Sounds to me like Mr. Tengri's work was especially influential in your early studies. And with his recipe book, you might have even become the best someday. Maybe. The book was a real treasure, no doubt about that. Any confectioner would have wanted it. Unfortunately, a confectioner would not want the ultimate cookbook. That is not. The ultimate cookbook had nothing he would have wanted. You claim that your only goal was to win the title? Yet, you also seem to have had an interest in the contest prize, the ultimate cookbook. The greatest collection of recipes by the world's greatest confectioner. No, that's not what it was. I can't say I had absolutely no interest in it. Even if I did, what exactly is so wrong with that? Nothing, I suppose. Only that the book contained recipes of medicine, not desserts. And everyone who entered the contest supposedly knew that. Feel like I'm finally getting somewhere. I can't let him slip from my grasp now. I just need to stay calm and keep the pressure on. Next, let's find out why he wanted the cookbook. So your plan was to win the cookbook and use it to help you with your own creations? What else? A book like that could have improved my craft tenfold. You could have made a lot of money if you sold it. I don't know much about what was exactly in there, but it was worth more than money, I'll tell you that. Come on, Mr. Gusteau. I think you know more about the ultimate book than you claim. They told us a little about it at the start of the contest. And you know what kind of recipes it actually contained, don't you? And that they weren't dessert recipes at all. I see you did your homework. Fine. So you know what was really in there. The ultimate cookbook, or the Angel's Cookbook, to give it its proper title, is a collection of chemical formulas and ways to synthesize new medicine nobody had ever heard of. So he did know the cookbook actually contained recipes for the medicines. This could be an important clue. Did you know how much the cookbook was worth? What kind of a question is that? It was a collection of Tenguru's recipes. There wasn't a confectioner in the world who wouldn't have wanted to get their hands on it. Time to deploy my clue. Your designs may have improved thanks to your training in Zhengfa, but you clearly didn't do enough work on your skills of deception. You've already admitted that you knew the ultimate cookbook was a collection of recipes for medicines. Thereby making your interests not gastronomical but pharmaceutical in nature. You're a confectioner, Mr. Gusteau. You had no professional interest in revolutionary new medicine, which suggests that your interest must have been personal. I underestimated you. Fine, you're right. Winning the title wasn't the only reason I entered the contest. I needed one of the recipes in that book. It was for my son. He was sick. He was? Tell me more. That's none of your business. I told you as much as you need to know. He looks rattled. But I can't let him off the hook. Let's find out what this mysterious illness was. I've almost gotten to the bottom of this. I can feel it. Just a few more moves. Tell me a little more about your son. He was my pride and joy and my biggest fan. And you entered the contest in order to help him? You clearly don't have children of your own. Any father would have done the same. I would have done anything to help him. Anything. He would come see me here at the contest venue too, right up through the semifinal. Really? You didn't get in the way of your work? If you were trying to beat Samson Tangara, surely you didn't have the time to look after a child. Yeah, well, I wanted to do what I could for him. He said he wanted to always be the first to try my creations. You said your son was sick, Mr. Gusteau. And yet he was able to come and join you for the contest? It wasn't that kind of an illness. Nothing life-threatening anything. This feels like it could be an important clue. So you needed the cookbook to cure your son? Yeah, nowadays you can get the medicine he needs anyway. But back then, that book was our only hope. Which is why I didn't dare waste my time on fancy tea parties. I had to give my all to my work. What about Mr. Tangara's work? Surely the tea break gave you the perfect opportunity to go steal a glance at it. And what makes you think I had the energy or time to care about what the others had made? I think you made it abundantly clear how much interest you had in Mr. Tangara's work. What's more, if you were that determined to win the ultimate cookbook, I seriously doubt you would have passed up on a chance to take a peek at your competitors' entries. I'd had plenty of chances throughout the contest to see and sample my rival's work, you know. But each time I did, nothing seemed to have any flavor. Must have been nerves or something. That's a condition. Nothing Mr. Gusteau tasted had any flavor? It seems like could be an important clue. Could you tell me the name of the disease your son suffered from? You're a real cold customer, Mr. Prosecutor. Isn't it enough that he was seriously ill? Why would you force me to tell you more? Time to deploy my clue. You've already shared with me that your son's illness wasn't life-threatening. So, why are you so reluctant to share any further details? It may not have been life-threatening, but that doesn't mean it hasn't been life-alerting. I see. That must have been very hard on both of you. Of course it was. That was why I did everything I could to find a cure. We were desperate. He couldn't taste anything. Not even his favorite desserts. Okay, so that's the end there. As I understood it, the Ultimate Cookbook contains a recipe for a very particular medication. One that Mr. Tangara used to cure himself of his own taste disorder. So he had it too? Two, you say? So your son had a taste disorder then, am I correct? Why did I let that slip? You've been asking me to believe that you needed to win the cookbook in order to cure your son. But was that really the case? Of course it was. What are you suggesting? I'm saying that I'm not so sure that's true based on everything you've told me. Time to deploy my clue. Taste disorders are difficult to live with. It isn't easy not being able to enjoy your food. You should know, after all, you just told me you had experienced something like that during the contest. You said that nothing you sampled had any flavor. Those were your words, correct? Which would seem to suggest that you were suffering from a taste disorder. A confectioner without a sense of taste? Not exactly ideal. Are you sure it wasn't actually your own condition you were seeking a cure for, Mr. Gusteau? I've had enough of your speculations. I managed just fine in the contest. Made all my own entries, no problems. Sorry, but I'm afraid you're contradicting your own testimony. You already admit that you and Mr. Frost had worked together during the contest. Too late to claim you did it all on your own now. You would have us believe that you are a man of principle, a dedicated student of the confectionary's art, yet you abandoned those principles and conspired with Mr. Frost to rig the contest. Also, you could cure your own taste disorder. You got me, Mr. Prosecutor. As you said, my sense of taste was shot. My son's was fine. I'd kept it hidden for so long, 18 years, and nobody knew. Sadly, you can't lie to others, but you can't lie to me. You can lie to others, but you can't lie to me. Both Mr. Gusteau and Mr. Frost entered the contest hoping to obtain the ultimate cookbook for the medicine that would cure Mr. Gusteau's disorder, and the money it would bring in for Mr. Frost. Thus, an uneasy alliance was forged, and that, I believe, is checkmate. Okay, so we got 2 short testimonies left, and this will be the end completely. I'll admit it. You're good. I never told anyone any of this, but you figured it all out anyway. It's true. 18 years ago, I developed agizia. What's agizia? I think this is a made-up. Is it? No, it's real. It's a medical condition that causes a complete loss of sense of taste. It can be caused by a number of factors, including damage to the taste buds, nutritional deficiencies, infections, underlying medical conditions, radiation therapy, facial nerve damage from surgery, head trauma, diseases that affected the autonomic nervous system like diabetes, many medicinal drugs. Ageusia is not life-threatening, but it can cause discomfort and lead to weight loss and loss of appetite. In some cases, patients may need to stop taking certain drugs, which can cause medical problems and have a psychological impact. Hypogeusia, decreased sensitivity to all tastes. Hypergeusia, enhanced gustatory sensitivity. Dysgeusia, unpleasant perception of a taste. Phantogeusia, perception of taste in the absence of a taste. So, you learned a word, didn't you, Di? It's a taste disorder that makes it so you can't taste anything at all. A confectioner's worst nightmare. Mr. Fender, is that what Mr. Tangara had as well? No. The big man had what they called dissociated taste disorder. Basically, some things he could taste just fine, while others had no flavor at all. So he suffered too. Can't have been easy. Not when there wasn't a way to cure it on the market. Which is why you needed Mr. Tangara's cookbook. Do you admit now that that was the real reason you entered the contest? It was only one of the reasons. I wasn't lying when I said I wanted the title. When I put my hand to something, it gets done. And I won't lose to anybody. May not have been able to taste it then, but I still knew my stuff was good enough to win. Oh? So you went into the final thinking you stood a good chance of winning? Huh. Of course. What was it that Fender said about Mr. Tangara's thought of Mr. Gusteau's creation? Mr. Gusteau's creation was a perfect balance of flavor and design, at least up to the semifinal. But disappointingly, his entry for the final was subpar on both accounts. We were told that your entry for the final was far from the prize-winning taste sensation you described. Huh? What happened, Mr. Gusteau? What went wrong that day? Fine. You want me to talk, I'll talk. But you're not going to like what I have to say. My entry for the final. Frost and I were working together right up through the semifinal. I handed the flavor he had to disguise. Had the designing. He did the designing. But I want to face Tangara in the final on my own. No help. Just me and my skills. So I helped Frost with his entry. For mine, I did alone. If it didn't taste good in the final, that's on me. What can I say? I lack training. That's all there is to it. Happy now? There doesn't seem to be any obvious contradictions in his testimony. Yep, not that I thought it'd be easy to get anything real out of him. He's managed to not let slip what really happened for 18 years after all. Why don't you try pushing him a little, Mazzarino? See if you can't shake something loose. I think I just might have to, Fender.
Hold it!
Frost was in charge of designing the work you both submitted, while you handled the taste? Yeah, he was a sculptor, craftsman, and his sense of design was second to none. but he was clueless about confectionery, which is where I came in. We each did what the other couldn't. Heh. And boy, did you not have an eye for aesthetics. Not even for the simple stuff. How do you like me now? Now that I'm on my way, you still think I'm crazy standing here today. They are a lot better than what they were. Huh. National symbol of Zangfa. Oh yeah, it's a phoenix. That's awesome. I'll say pretty different to the stuff you were pumping out 18 years ago. Behold the fruits of my training. I've just dedicated my whole life to my craft. But back then, we both needed each other's help. So we joined hands until the final.
Hold it!
You were serious about winning the title then? Of course, the art of confectionery is my life. Why wouldn't I want to be crowned the greatest? But I still had a lot to learn back then. Guess it's no surprise my work wasn't up to scratch. But the title wasn't the only thing you wanted. There was the cookbook too. And you wanted the book even more than you wanted the title, isn't that correct, Mr. Gusteau? Huh.
Overruled.
Mr. Edgeworth, you're badgering a witness who is still suffering the effects of today's attack. I cannot allow this harassment to continue. I understand, Your Honor, but ignore him, Mr. Gusteau. You need not answer that vile prosecutor's question. But please, do continue your testimony in your own time.
Hold it!
So, you're saying Mr. Frost didn't help you at all? But he helped you up until then, correct? It's a bit strange for him to stop so late in the contest now. Strange or not, it's the truth. Could be he had his reasons too. I wouldn't know. If he's lying, it's going to be a headache to prove. 18 years ago. 18 years is a long time. Not unless the gizmo of yours has a built-in lie detector, Kay. If it did, I'd have stolen the show from Mr. Edgeworth long before now. Don't worry, Fender. I can tell when he's lying. No doohickey assistance required. Please, Mr. Gusteau, continue your testimony.
Hold it!
And yet, I heard that your creations prior to the final were scored highly for their flavor? So, what went wrong? Was there some kind of cooking accident on that day? No, nothing like that. It was, I told you, I had a taste disorder. My sense of taste failed me. It's as simple as that. But Mr. Frost's entry was complimented on its flavor. Your sense of taste hadn't failed you then. Did something happen overnight? I don't think he's going to spill any more beans, Miss Edgeworth. And perhaps I should ask him about something else. Did something change between the semifinal and the final, Mr. Gusteau? Not really. The only difference between the semifinal and the final was that Frost wasn't helping me.
Hold it!
So, you really completed your final entry without Mr. Frost's help? I may not have had his designs to lean on, but I knew I was still solid when it comes to flavor. So the visuals were the only thing that changed between the semifinal and the final. Sure, Gusteau Appel? Gonna have to call you out on that one, I'm afraid. It wasn't just its look that got a big thumbs down come judgment time. It got trashed on flavor too. Doesn't sound much like a winner to me. Despite his confidence, Mr. Gusteau failed on flavor too. The lack of Mr. Frost's assistance shouldn't have affected that. So, was there some other difference? An 18-year-old mystery. The key to unravel it is finally in my grasp. I just need to remember everything Fender told me about what he had and my father discovered. Alright, which statement? Now, which piece of evidence? There's nothing on page 1 that's going to help you. Cookbook is not going to be helpful because we're talking about the contest, okay? So, what was different between his recipe in the semifinal versus the recipe he did in the final? What was different? So, the cookbook itself, that would not change his recipe. Which one? There's actually two of them. I can't think of one significant difference between the semifinal and the final, Mr. Gusteau. Your son. This is him in the photograph, correct? You told me he was here with you up through the semifinal. Huh. He was. What of it? What indeed? He was here with you until the semifinal. Until he suddenly wasn't for the final. And just as suddenly, your work went from being lauded from its flavor to being lambasted for it. I don't think that's a coincidence, do you? He wasn't just spending quality time with his father, he was playing a much more pivotal role than that. I just wanted him to see me hard at work, to show him I was trying my best for us. Who knows? Maybe it was him being here that helped me do so well in those early rounds. He talks a good game, but nothing about this guy screams super dad to me. Indeed, thankfully, we would only have to give such an idea of credence if his story were true. After all, how much could the encouragement of one small boy affect the taste of a grown man's work? Mr. Gusteau prided himself on the flavor of his creation, but he lost his sense of taste. He must have had a tough time managing his high standards after such a devastating loss. Unless, I'm sure your son was here to cheer you on. But that wasn't all he was here to do, was he? You're a very suspicious man, Mr. Prosecutor. Why not try answering yourself for a change? What was an elementary school kid doing here other than to support his father? No, he wasn't there to steal creations. Think about it. Gusteau can't taste anything. What was his son there for? Yes, to taste his creation. Your son knew the taste of your work pretty well, I imagine, Mr. Gusteau. He was my biggest fan. Of course he knew it. In which case, he would have been a good judge of whether something tasted on brand, so to speak, no? What are you implying? You've already told us that you were suffering from a taste disorder. I'll admit it. You're good. I never told anyone any of this, but you figured it out anyway. It's true. 18 years ago, I developed agizia. No one knew about your condition. Indeed, I doubt Mr. Frost would have wanted to continue collaborating with you had he found out. After all, it was your job to make sure his creation tasted good. Therefore, your son wasn't just here to support you. He was helping you by taste testing your work. Dang, now it all makes sense. Frost's stuff tasted good because it really was finished the day before when the kid was still here. You have a valid imagination, Mr. Prosecutor. But do you seriously think I trust a kid to tell me how to adjust the taste of my masterpieces? I have some pride, you know. Even back then. Did you know? My designs may not have been much to write home about back then, but I always knew my work tasted better than anyone else's. You think I did risk everything by putting my reputation in the hands of a child? This is just mere speculation. That's all it is. In that case, I ask to speak with your son this instant. Let's see how much of your story he has corroborated. Sadly for you, my son is no longer my concern. What? As soon as I got my sense of taste back, I went straight to Zhengfa to start my training and cut off all ties with the kid for good. What? You abandoned your own child? And that ain't the half of it. No one knows where he is. Even now, the cops have looked all over for him, but no dice. So, still think you can prove your asinine theory? I'd like to see you try. You think I care about anything besides confectionery? Think again. I got my sense of taste back. What need do I have for a son? We'll find out later, Di. Silence in the courtroom. While Mr. Gusteau's words and action may demonstrate a certain lack of humanity on his part, the goddess of justice cannot judge him for that. Yes, she can. That is a lie. Therefore, Mr. Edgeworth, I believe it is time for you to admit defeat. Don't spoil it for her. Don't spoil it. Yeah, give it up. 18 years is a long time for anything to surface now. Proof of or otherwise. Mr. Edgeworth, we have to do something. If we don't, the truth might be lost forever. Where are you, Detective Gumshoe? Can't imagine whose blood it could possibly be, but I'll get it tested right away, sir. Please do, Detective. That's the last piece of the puzzle, I'm sure of it. Once we know whose blood it is... Hey, Miles, sorry to cut in on your mind place time, but I was pondering something myself. Our friend Gusteau didn't come here just to check up on the body, did he? You mean because he tried to open the case? Exactamundo. Think we have anything that might explain why he tried to do that? We might. Detective Gumshoe can make it back in time with a certain piece of evidence. That's quite enough idle chatter, Defense. Now, if you... Mr. Edgeworth! Sir! Sorry to keep you waiting! Ha! Speak of the devil. I take it you have the test results, Detective? Yes, sir! The lab just got back to me. Detective, please. Court is in session. Now then, am I right to assume that you are bringing us the evidence Mr. Edgeworth was just speaking of? What? Hey, no fair! Why didn't anybody tell me about any of this? It is indeed the evidence in question, Your Honor. It needed testing, so I asked him to carry it out. What the? Why is everybody always helping you? I'm supposed to be the one in charge here. Mr. Winter, Sorry I didn't involve you, but this is important. Can we at least hear what the detective has to say? Well, alright. So, Detective Gumshoe, what did the test have to tell us? You're not going to believe this, but the owner of the blood we found in the liquid at the bottom of the Gemini case is Camilla Gusteau, the victim of the poison gas attack. What are you talking about? Thank you, Detective. You've been very helpful. Well, looks like my suspicions were correct. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, what do you mean? Explain yourself. What is the significance of the blood to this case? It's only the very thing the perpetrator of the IS-7 incident has been trying to hide all these years. The fact that your blood was found inside the Gemini case, Mr. Gusteau, is as good as us finding your body lying right next to Mr. Frost's body. Yeah. Why would there be traces of your blood there, of all places, Mr. Gusteau? I got to know. Let's leave it at that. If you won't answer her honor, Mr. Gusteau, then I will. Wait, what nosebleed? There wasn't just blood in the liquid from the Gemini case. There were traces of salt and sugar, too. There were? And if you remember, one particular part of Mr. Frost's work was allegedly very salty indeed. Oh, yeah. You're talking about what Delicia told us back then, right? What was it again? Did they ever? I've never tried ices so scrumptious in all my life. Really? Man, I wish I could have had a bite. Well, scrumptious except for the salty bit, of course. That was unbearable. A salty bit? It's in the other photo you've got there. This bit. The harpy thing. Gemini's Lyre? Yes, the Lyre. And only the Lyre. Tasted as if it had been flavored with salt. There were no traces of salt anywhere else in Mr. Frost's entry. Very interesting. Then perhaps you can tell us, Mr. Edgeworth? Where did this salt on the Lyre come from? Nothing on page 1's gonna help you. Nope, the handprint's not going to help you because there's no salt on that. You're trying to find where the salt came from.
Take that!
This is the lamp from the IS-7 incident. Indeed, and I believe that the salt that gave the Lyrie its flavor came from just such a lamp. Mr. Von Karma had established that both salt lamps were in Mr. Tanger's room at the time of the crime. One of them was used to kill Mr. Frost, and it was stained with his blood. But no corresponding pool of blood was found in Mr. Tanger's room. Right, because the culprit had chucked a piece of chocolate with that on it into the little stream. Furthermore, aside from the Lyrie, no traces of salt were found anywhere else in Mr. Frost's room either. Hey, come to think of it, the lamps were found in Delicia's room were both broken. The lamps appear to be broken. Bulbs are smashed, both of them. Maybe they fell and broke on the floor? We never did figure out how the one that wasn't used to kill Frost got busted, but are we thinking maybe it had Gusteau's blood on it at some point? Anyone whose blood was found on one of the lamps would have been a person of interest to the police, so the killer needed to hide the blood somehow, in a way that wouldn't arouse suspicion. And are you seriously suggesting that the Lyrie was used to do just that? I am. I suspect that the bloody salt was somehow applied to the Lyrie so that it could be hidden inside the case. Because unlike the fountain water, the sculptures would have needed more time and care to test properly. And so he waited and waited for his chance to dispose of the Lyrie undetected. Then the reason he's here today is 18 years ago, Mr. Frost's body and the evidence pointing to his killer were taken away together. This, of course, was not part of the perpetrator's plan, unless a different dilemma arose. How could he be sure that neither Mr. Frost's body nor the evidence wouldn't be discovered today? So back he comes 18 years later, sneaking in bright and early to try and cover his tracks. Well, Mr. Gusteau, are you finally ready to admit it? That you are the one responsible for the IS-7 incident? Mr. Gusteau, it's all because of you that Samson... Gusteau. So I finally got caught, huh? All those years later. Nobody came close back then. Not even the big shot prosecutor. Or the attorney. That's some impressive work, Mr. Prosecutor. I have to hand it to you. You admit it then? That you murdered Artie Frost? Sure I do. I did it. I killed him. But he only had himself to blame. What do you mean by that? He agreed to help me. We were supposed to help each other so that one of us could win. Die. Why do you think he admitted to his crime? take a guess. Why do you think he admitted to his crime? There's an answer for that one. And I think you might know. And whoever won was supposed to let the other use the cookbook. But on that day of the final, the rat finally showed his true colors. Seriously, Frost? We had a deal. Sorry. I'm not helping you in the final. Our little agreement is over, Gusto. But I helped you! I spent all day yesterday making the ice for your pieces. Did you? And you can prove that, I suppose? What do you... Wait. You were planning to betray me from the start, weren't you? After Frost double-crossed me, I had to make my pieces for the final myself. Like you said, my son wasn't there, so I didn't have any help with the flavor either. So much for the pride you claim to have in your ability to make delicious desserts. Go ahead and judge. You have no idea what it was like for someone like me to lose my sense of taste. I gave up everything to become the best. Everything. I take pride in that. Something someone like you could never understand. You're right. I don't understand. Do you take pride in the fact that you resorted to murder? Or the fact that you abandoned your son? Why would I want to understand someone who could do such things? A man can't afford to rely on other people. I learned that hard way 18 years ago. My son never showed up on the final day of the final. And in hindsight, I wouldn't be surprised if Frost was the reason why. Why would you think that? What exactly happened to your son? How am I supposed to know? I told you, he's none of my concern anymore. According to you guys, nobody knows where he is now either. And you don't dare, and you don't care? You're horrible! So, with his disappearance, so too went your chances of winning, correct? Yeah. I had to find another way of getting my hands on that book. That's when inspiration struck. I decided to skip afternoon tea and snuck into the Tengua's room. It should have been so easy. All I had to do was photograph the formulas I needed and get out of there. But then Frost showed up. I thought I might find you here. Stealing recipes from the famous cookbook, huh? Tut, tut, tut. Frost! What's this? A cure for taste disorders. Oh no. That's just tragic. A confectioner who can't taste anything? What will people say? You tell anybody else. You what? You can't even hit me. You miserable worm. Why you? Frost shoved me hard when I went to punch him. Knocked me clean out of my feet. I crashed into one of the lamps. Must have been when my blood got on it. So Mr. Frost wasn't the first to get hurt? When it was all over, I realized I had to get rid of the blood somehow, so I scraped off all the blood bits. I dissolved the salt shavings into flavored ice mixtures and brushed it all over the harp. And that's how you made the evidence linking you to the murder vanish. Frost was going to blackmail me. He would have made me give him money to keep quiet about my condition. So you decided you had to kill him? Yes, I guess I did. Why would I let him live? Would you want someone holding something like that over your head? Besides, He's the one who drew first blood. Makes for a solid case of self-defense, when you think. So that was the impetus behind it all. Anyways, I intentionally took the lamp to Frost's room. Went straight there once I'd figured out how I was going to hide the blood part. Inspired by all the ice sculpting tools lying around the place, I guess. You're not as dumb as you pretend to be, yeah? Figured I could use them to chip it off and grind it up. Once I was done, painting the stuff all over the harp was easy. But why Samson? Why did you have to frame him? I never meant for the cops to pin it on him. That was your fault. You and the rest of them. Why do you think I went to the trouble of placing the lamps and cloth back in Scone's room? There's only one reason to plant the murder weapon in the room of another contestant. And that's to cast suspicion on that person. What? You try to frame me, Gusty Pants? Huh. Yeah. But why? Why poor old me? I respected Tangara. He was the best. A true champion. I would never have wanted him to take the fall. But you're a fraud. Your work wasn't even real. You had no respect for our craft at all. You deserve to be punished for what you did. Oh, Gusty, how could you? And had you refrained from eating Tangara's work, Frost's body wouldn't have been found. My plan was to wait until Tangara was judging your room. That's when I sneaked the corpse into Frost's room and freezed it. But thanks to you, found it before I had a chance to retrieve it. I don't understand. Why did you need to freeze his body at all? Ha! Why indeed? Mr. Edgeworth, surely you must know. Why did Mr. Gusteau need to freeze Mr. Frost's body? This one's easy. No, that's not right. There's something much more that he wanted out of it than passing off as a nice sculpture. Mr. Gusteau needed to freeze Mr. Frost's body in order to obscure the time of death. If they determined that the murder occurred during afternoon tea, he would have been an obvious suspect. Bingo! Freezing Frost's body wasn't simple. Preparing everything took time. So I decided to put his body in the chest in Tangara's room while I got everything ready in Frost. At the time, it seemed like the perfect hiding place. Never counted on some gluttonous pharmacist showing up and making the whole ship collapse. I still don't get it. Why disguise the body as an ice sculpture at all? Did you see her pan just magically float back to her hand? the mixing bowl float backed up into her hands. The sooner it was found, the smaller the effect of the freezing it would have had on masking the time of death. Therefore, he needed to disguise it, at least until it fully frozen. How awful! Using Mr. Frost's own work to help you cover up the truth behind his murder? Ironically, Tango would have been just fine if the body hadn't been found before I got it out of his room. If only things had gone to plan, he wouldn't even have been arrested, let alone convicted. You mean it was my fault? Everything that happened to Samson? It was all because I found the body? Don't let him get inside your head, Judes. None of this is your fault. If it wasn't Samson, it would have been Delicia instead. She would have been the one they arrested. Either way, there's only one person to blame here, and that's Gusteau. It didn't help that the initial detective was so bad at his job either. I don't think Tyrell Bad was bad at his job. I think he was really good at his job. He never even told the prosecutor that the body had vanished. So then Mr. Von Karma had unwillingly placed Mr. Tangra under arrest in the absence of a body? I mean, I guess it would explain why he was so keen to wrap things up. Tyrell Bad didn't really suspect the body was gone until after he was with Gregory Edgeworth, so that's not Bad's fault. Still, you'd think he'd notice something as big as that if he'd taken a look at a few reports, right? Not if someone had been deliberately distorting the facts of the case, though. Either way, it seems that Mr. Von Karma didn't know about the body until after the arrest had been made. But admitting that would have spoiled his perfect record. So he kept it to himself and proceeded to prosecute Mr. Tangra regardless. Can this really be true? You don't feel bad at all? Somebody spent 18 years in prison because of you. Sticks and stones, girly. Sticks and stones. What a jerk! I ought to arrest you right now, pal. I'm afraid I can't allow you to do that, detective. Do you notice, huh? Glad somebody did. The judge is right. You can't lay a finger on me. What? Why? You just confessed the murder. No idea, huh? Then I guess I'd better lay it out for you. Okay, this is the very last testimony. Very last. Why you can't arrest me? I killed Frost 18 years ago. The statute of limitation for murder in this country is 15 years. You do the math. You can't arrest me. You think I have confessed otherwise? That's right. The statute of limitation is only 15 years. Is that really the end of the line, Mr. Edgeworth? So this book was actually changed from the fan translation. So this one's worded better than the one that's in the fan translation. So while it still was going through the main point of the statute of limitation, but it was worded completely wrong. Very wrong. So I'm glad they fixed the wording in this one, so it's very easy to understand. Once the statute has expired, he can't be charged, so... But... How unfortunate, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm afraid that both Mr. Gusteau's confession and your deductions will have to be struck from the record, and that Mr. Tanger's conviction will remain in place. But we've finally proven the police never had Mr. Frost's body in their possession. Even if we can't arrest Mr. Gusteau, surely Mr. Tanger has grounds for a retrial on this basis. Does he? I wouldn't be so sure. I'm afraid that the goddess's judgments are somewhat harder to overturn than you might imagine. So the committee means for the verdict from 18 years ago stands no matter what. Bad luck, Mr. Prosecutor. Must be something we can do. Something to bring Mr. Gusteau down.
Hold it!
The passage of time doesn't diminish what you did, Mr. Gusteau. It sure diminishes one thing, though. Your ability to arrest me. Oh, we can arrest you. We can arrest you real good. I could have you in cuffs before you even blink, pal. Right, Mr. Edgeworth? This isn't an open and shut as you're making it out to be, Detective. Yeah. You can't touch me. It's too late for that.
Hold it!
Depending on your actions over the last 18 years, the statute may not have expired yet. Yeah. This ought to be good. All right, I got nothing to hide. If there's something you want to ask, ask. Very well. Tell us where you've been and what you've been doing since the incident. Sure. Not long after the contest, I was able to cure my taste disorder thanks to the formula from the book. And not long after that, I went to Zhang Fa to really buckle down on hone my craft. That explains a lot. We tried to contact you after the fact, but I guess you were long gone by then, huh? Yeah, could be. I left. Let's see. On the year after the murder, it was before Tanger's last court and date. Going to Zhang Fa was the last thing I ever did. Flavor, design, I'm the full-fledged package now. It's an Okami wolf. Are you serious? This is a reference to Akami. I didn't notice this before. I didn't notice this before.
Objection!
And all on the backs of those whose lives you destroyed. What's an omelet without few eggs, huh? Nothing, Mr. Prosecutor, nothing. You're evil. Sticks and stones, girlies. You can't arrest me, and that's all that matters. Oh, I need more to work with. There has to be something I can get out of him. Maybe I can push him further on the statement he just made. Is there anything I should follow up on? He wouldn't know anything about Mr. Tanger's final days in court. That's something Gusteau wouldn't know about. I'd like you to tell us more about your training in Zhangfa, if you wouldn't mind. Fine. I later went to Zhangfa to train, and I finally came back the best in the world.
Hold it!
Zhangfa? And you were there for a while, I imagine. Yeah, I left some time after the investigation wrapped up. I've been meaning to go there and start my studies for a while. And thanks to the hard work I put in, my designs are now world class. Whoa, that's amazing! You like it? It's yours. Really? Alright. So he spent some time in Zhangfa and training.
Hold it!
Depending on your actions over the last 18 years, the statute may not have expired yet. Yeah, this ought to be good. Alright, I got nothing to hide. If there's something you want to ask it. Very well. Tell us where you have been and what you've been doing since the incident. Sure. Not long after the contest, I was able to cure my taste disorder thanks to the formula from the book. Why am I doing this again? And not so long after that, I went to Zhangfa to really buckle down and hone my craft. That explains a lot. We tried to contact you after the fact, but I guess you were long gone by then, huh? Ooh, deja vu. Huh, could be. I left, let's see. Yes, deja vu. Around a year after that murder, it was before Tangra's last day in court. Going to Zhangfa was the last thing I ever did. Flavor, design, I'm the full package now. Okami.
Objection!
And all on the backs of those whose lives you destroyed. Yeah, this is deja vu. Deja vu. What's an omelet without a few eggs, huh? Nothing, Mr. Prosecutor. Nothing but deja vu. You're evil. Yeah, this is deja vu. Sticks his toes, girly. Deja vu. You can't arrest me, and that's all that matters. Deja vu. Need more to work with. There's got to be something I can get out of him. Maybe I should push on the statement a little. We're going to say nothing in particular, because we already got this statement. No, there wasn't anything in particular. I just need to think things over a little more.
Hold it!
Never say never, Mr. Gusteau. Nothing is impossible. Really? Come on, give up. Your father couldn't catch me. What makes you think you can? It would have solved the whole case if it hadn't been for Mr. Von Karma obstructing him at every turn. And now the statute of limitations threaten to enter the truth of this case forever. Don't listen to him, Mr. Edgeworth. You can't give up. Not now. We're doing this for your dad, so we have to see it through the end. Okay. Franziska Von Karma followed there on Twitch. Welcome. You left your whip at home. Welcome to the stream. The truth is right there for the taking. What kind of great thief are we if we don't grab it for ourselves? I'm not a great thief, Kay, but you're right. Carmela Gusto, I won't allow you to make off with the truth. Do your worst.
Hold it!
That was the only reason? Because you knew the statute had expired? Why else would I do it? Why would anybody? Not that I planned on it ever coming out, of course. And why was that? Because I'm finally the world's greatest confectioner. And petty stuff like that only gets in the way of me and my craft. So you're more concerned about you and your rep than the fact that Samson's still rotting in jail? I've seen some pieces of work in my time, but you're just flat out unforgivable. Who cares about forgiveness? I did what I did. I don't need you to understand anything of it. I wonder if he was visited by 3 ghosts this last Christmas. What do you think, Di? All right, Miles, it's official. Uncle Eddie is mad, and that doesn't happen often. You're not the only one. But don't worry, he won't get away with this. Not if I can help it. Mr. Stowe is no ordinary opponent. He's gone 18 years without his crimes being exposed. Think, Mr. Edgeworth, there must be some way for us to arrest him. This guy's probably watched a few legal dramas before, but he's no lawyer, not like you and me. There's got to be some loophole somewhere we can use. There's just gotta. He's right. Mr. Gusteau is just an armchair attorney after all. Alright, Di, which statement? And remember what the focus of this testimony is. That should give you a clue. No, this statement is true. It's 15 years in their country. Well, based on how the law is written, he's not wrong, but we have to prove something else. Now remember what the topic of this testimony is.
Objection!
The statute of limitation for murder is subject to the following conditions. Statute is suspended should the suspect flee to a foreign country. Now, the way it was written in the fan translation, which is really broken, they had stopped Master's trial, which suspended the limitation because the trial was suspended for a few years. That didn't happen in this. So that's the one change that confused me because the way it was written in the fan translation did not make sense. This makes more sense. Which means that the time you spent abroad doesn't count towards the total time under the statute. But it's not over yet. We'll figure out more. No way. So it's like someone hit pause while he was in Zhangfa. It appears that there may be time left on the clock yet. But that will depend on how long you stayed in Zhangfa, Mr. Gusteau. It was 3 years exactly. So that's 16 years. Oh no. Yes. Should be 16 years. 3 years? Hold on. Nobody say anything until I've done the math. The murder happened 18 years back. Statute is 15 years. And the 3 overseas, 15 plus 3 makes exactly 18, which means no way. So the math is correct, but yet when you do it, it'd be on the 16th year. I know it's weird how you think about it because they're counting 15 years plus 3, the 16th year. So they have to still count it as it's weird how calendars work, okay? It's weird how calendars work, okay? So it's on the 16th year. It's still 15 years because the 16th year hasn't been counted. So there's still 1, 2, 3. It's weird how calendars work. Mr. Edgeworth, you did it. The statue hasn't expired at all. Bingo! 18 years exactly. Glad you worked it out for yourselves. He's just been stringing us all along this whole time. Well, why is he laughing? We're good, aren't we? We can arrest him now. I hate to break it to you, little sis, but IS-7 went down at the end of December. It's April now, which means, like I said, 16. It's the 16th year. So yes, it's been 15 years. 3 years. It's the 16th year. So the statute of limitation is dead. But, we have a but. Strictly speaking, it's been 18 years and 4 months since Frost's murder. If Gusteau stays in Zhangfa, really lasted 3 years on the nose, it's not enough. We're a few months short. Not enough, but... What did I tell you? You can't touch me! I hate to admit it, but he read the board well when he made his confession. How unfortunate, Mr. Edgeworth. If only the statue had been suspended for another year. The thing is, if there was no statute of limitation, they could still arrest them for it. Those who would overturn the goddess's judgment must be willing to pay the price should they fail. And you, Mr. Edgeworth, have failed. No! There must be something I can do. I knew it. Well, if the law can't bring Mr. Gusteau to justice, then... Jude, what are you thinking?
Objection!
There's no need to be adding to your rap sheet just yet. We're not done here. Far from it. Because there's still a way we can nail him. There is... Alright, Malzarino, pep talk. I need you to think back over everything we know about this case. Gusteau's overlooked one critical thing that you yourself were led to believe wrongly about, which is he wasn't there for Samson's last trial, remember? Best I can tell, he doesn't seem to know what the final verdict that came down that day is, which means there's still one way left to us. Crack open your statues for dummies there and take another look. 17 years ago, they really did a number on Samson and framed him like a pretty picture. But if we make good use of that verdict now, we can make Gusteau pay in full for what he's done. Fender, are you? Those who would overturn the goddess's judgment must be willing to pay the price shall they fail. Samson's my client, Miles, and I can't bring myself to use the source of his pain as a weapon in this fight. So, whether we play our last card or not, it's going to have to be up to you. Bringing Mr. Gusteau to justice can only happen if I use the outcome of that hard-fought trial. So, should I raise an objection and play the card or not? My father and Mr. Von Karma. One sought to reveal the truth, the other to hide it. I know which path I choose to follow, the one that seeks to reveal the truth. This court has received its final verdict. The record will state that Mr. Gusteau has been found not guilty on all accounts.
Objection!
No, Your Honor. Mr. Camillo Gusteau is absolutely guilty, and I refuse to let him walk away. His crimes are too unspeakable to go unpunished. Do you mean to suggest that you have grounds upon which to call for his arrest? I do. Now to show Judge Gavell something that proves the statute of limitation hasn't yet expired. One last piece of evidence, Di. There's nothing on page 2 this time that's going to help you. There is one thing on page 1 that can help you. Gallery pamphlet cannot help you. We're talking about something that happened 18 years ago. There's only one thing that you have in evidence that's related to the case 18 years ago on this page. One thing.
Take that!
Very well. Is there a particular page of the IS-7 case file you would like us to refer to? I'd like to direct your attention to the page concerning the suspect. As you can see, Samson Tangara was convicted as an accomplice, and it took about 1 year for his indictment for the verdict to be reached. Yes, that does seem to be the case. The book you gave us details certain conditions pertaining to the statute of limitation for murder. One of them, as I mentioned, is the statute of limitation if the suspect flees the country. Another states that the statute is suspended from the time of an accomplice indictment to the end of their trial. What? Tangara was convicted as an accomplice? Yep. Guess you were in Zhangfa when the verdict came down. Samson was convicted as an accomplice, not as a main perpetrator, which is clearly news to you, and not good news either. Am I right? But how can that be? Tangara wasn't an accomplice to anyone. He was innocent, and you know it. Oh, we know it. It's what we've been trying to prove all along. And in a pleasing twist of fate, his wrongful conviction will be the very thing that sets him free. If you spent 3 years in Zhangfa, and your accomplice, Samson Tangara, was on trial for 1 year, it means you can still be charged with Mr. Frost's murder up to 19 years after the fact. That was 100% changed from the fan translation because they were subtracting dates. They said the trial delayed for whatever reason. That didn't make sense to me. This kind of makes sense to me because now they've extended the statute of limitation because he was convicted as accomplice. This makes a lot more sense than what the fan translation had. In other words, the statute of limitation hasn't expired at all. The goddess's judgment is infallible, but that of her servant, it appears, is not. It seems the prosecutor in charge of this case may have erred. Unbelievably, we may have no choice but to instigate a full inquiry. No! How could this? You weren't supposed to be able to. 18 years. That's a long time to let somebody else suffer for your crimes. It's time to pay the piper, Gusteau. Not a moment too soon. But I'm finally the greatest. My brilliance has been recognized. I gave up everything for this. Everything. Even my son. More's the pity. But you can't run from the law forever because the bills come due at last. Mr. Gusteau's all set for his trip downtown, sir. Good. Which means it's your turn next, right? I suppose. Jude. I'm so sorry, everybody. I've caused you all so much trouble. But thank you. Thank you so much for bringing Mr. Gusteau to justice at last. I'm afraid there's no escaping the consequence of your actions, Miss Bound. But those actions were born of the legal mistakes that were made all those years ago. We all know that. So allow me to apologize in return. On behalf of the prosecution, oh no, I have no one to blame but myself for it all. Starting with those sculptures. Hey Jude, you think maybe you might want me to represent you? I'm not some nervous newbie anymore. And there's no way I'm letting you take the rap for everything. Oh, I'll be honored. Thank you, Mr. Fender. Sorry, ma'am, but you gotta come with me now. Of course. Judge Gavelle, why did you lie to us? Lie? What are you talking about? You implied that there was no case for retrial, but as we proved, that wasn't true. Surely anyone truly committed to seeing justice done would have called one as soon as the body was found. I am under no obligation to answer such questions. Yes, you are. You're a member of the committee. And you clearly have no intention of doing so either. Truly, you're proving to be quite a threat to the Committee for Prosecutional Excellence. As such, you give me little choice but to report back on your continued transgressions. No doubt you will be called to appear before the committee in due time. Now, I must be on my way. What the heck? And after you caught the real killer and everything. Isn't that what prosecutors are supposed to do? Regardless of how it may all play out, I will never regret what we accomplished here today. Mr. Edgeworth. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes? Why did you stick your nose in this case anyways? You weren't even on the job. My job is to bring the truth to light, Mr. Winter. Not only as a prosecutor, but as a person. I don't get it. I wouldn't expect you to understand. Not as long as you believe that closing a case makes you a winner. That's going way over my head. I'm going home. What was that all about? Eustace still has a lot to learn, is all. Mousy Wowsy! Yes? I just wanted to say, good old Greggy Pegleg would have been very proud of you today. Oh, look at me tearing up. That, and thanks for helping poor Sammy Poodle. Of course. Hey, Edgy. Looks like you cleared everything up, huh? So, what happened exactly? I was kind of busy sketching. Wait, where did Judy and Verity go? Wow, you really weren't paying attention, were you? Oh, I am loath to admit, Larry's sketches did come through for us on more than one occasion. Not that I'm about to tell him that. Quit it with that glaring, will you? Whatever I did, I'm sorry! Calm down, Larry. I wasn't glaring at you. You totally were. You're like your pop. He was a terrible liar, too. He was? Listen, I'm gonna head out. Need to fill Samson in on what went down today. You want to come with me? Yes, of course. Great, then I'm coming too. April 2nd, 4:56 p.m. Detention Center, Visitor's Room. So, what's Mr. Tangra like? I can't wait to finally meet him. Oh, he is a real sweetheart. You'll love him. Even while locked up, he can't help but make all sorts of cookies and cakes for everyone. That's why 3 p.m. cake extravaganza is a thing for prisoners and guards alike. Really? That sounds awesome! You think there'll be any left for us to try? Didn't we find a few slices of chocolate cake in the prison the other day? Could they have been some of Mr. Tangra's baked goods? Gummy! What are you doing here? I heard you all were coming to see Mr. Tangra, so I volunteered to escort him. Hello, new friends. I'm Samson Tangara. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth at your service. I don't need that. And I'm Miss Edgeworth's trusty sidekick, Kay Faraday. Very nice to meet you both. Miles here is Gregory's son. Is that so? Your father was very kind to me and fought so hard for my case. But in the end, I betrayed him. I made a false confession and... Don't worry, Mr. Tangara. Mr. Fender has explained everything to me. Sure did. And now we're here to tell you the truth and what happened 18 years ago. The truth? Judy did all that for me? Crazy kid racked her brain for 18 years until she'd finally figure out how to set you free. What can I say? Turns out she really would do anything for you. Oh, Judy, I never did anything to deserve such devotion. Come on, Mr. Tegra. I think we all know that's not true. The bond between the two of you has held strong for all these years, after all. You think so? I guess I better show him. Hold on a second. Which piece of evidence is proof that the bond for Mr. Tegra and Miss Bounds shared? This is going to be the chocolate.
Take that!
Those chocolates. Judy made them, didn't she? Yes, she did. They're super delicious and sweet. Miss Bound continued making them just as you taught her, even after that fateful day. So that there would always be some waiting for you when you finally came home. Judy. I bet they're beyond super sweet then, aren't they? Very much so, I'm afraid. Only wish we could hand them to you. Don't worry, sir. I'll make sure he gets them later. Which would be a clear breach of prison policy. Not that I have the authority now to stop him anyway. Thank you very much. You know, Detective, something about you reminds me of Detective Bad. Really, pal? 'Cause I look up to him a lot. He's my role model. You don't say. It seems fate likes to bring people of all sorts together, huh? You hang in there, Samson. Just a little longer. I should be able to get you out soon. I'm sorry it's taken so long. Nobody should have to wait 18 years to get justice. Don't be silly, Eddie. I'm the one who should be saying sorry. Or rather, thank you. Truly. Samson. Well, I guess it's my turn to wait for Judy to come home now. I better make sure there's something delicious on the table for her when she finally walks through that door. Don't let me down, Eddie. Leave it to me, big guy. The IS-7 incident. It's been 18 long years, but this case we've inherited from my father. It's finally coming to a close. Hey, Miles. Thanks for today. And sorry for forcing you to make the final call like that. Not at all. I simply made the call that felt right to me. Huh? What are you guys talking about? You know how Samson was wrongfully convicted? We had to pretend that he wasn't in order to nail Gusteau. But to use his false conviction against him, even to save him, as his lawyer, I just couldn't bring myself to do it. Yeah, I can see that. Now that Gusteau's behind bars, I can finally start to get the wrongful conviction overturned. Yes, I am sure you will. Wait a minute. Does that mean that even if you were only doing what's right, if the false conviction had been overturned before today, Mr. Gusteau would have gotten away scot-free? Yep. It's what we folks call folks in the trade like to call a legal contradiction. The law is far from perfect. Because of things like legal contradictions, right? Yeah. You never know. Things might change. The law is always evolving. Just like us humans. Uncle Eddie and Mazzarino included, am I right? The potential for growth and change and people and the law, huh? So Miles, are you going to keep fighting crime as a prosecutor or keep people as an attorney? Or help people as an attorney? Something tells me you've got a big decision ahead of you. One only you can answer. I know. Well, let's just say, I won't complain if you show up at the office one day. And on that note, it's time for me to skedaddle. I you big time, and I'll always repay my debts. And for now, thanks again for today. I mean it. Did he seem kind of in a hurry to get out of here to you? He did. And honestly speaking, I'm the one who owes him a debt of gratitude. After all, he gave me the chance to reckon with my father's final case. When I was a boy, all I ever dreamed of was becoming an attorney like my father. But then during my trial with Mr. Von Karma, I learned that I learned the way of the prosecutor instead. Eventually, with the help of some good people, good friends, I found my own voice and a new way to live. But now my career as a prosecutor is at a risk of being taken away from me. It may be time to take another long, hard look at how I want to live my life, whether I like it or not. April 2nd, Edgeworth & Co., Law Office. Hey, Gregory? Sorry for reporting in so late. It may have taken 18 years, but we're finally in a position to prove Samson's innocence. All thanks to your boy Miles. I couldn't have done it without him. You should have seen him. The way he fought for the truth gave me chills. It was like I was watching you. Look, I know I'm not half the attorney you were, but those guiding principles you tried to instill in me, I like to think I'm embodying them now as I carry on your legacy. Here's hoping. Your boy will be joining me in that soon. Am I going to fight crime as a prosecutor or help people as an attorney? What is the right answer? Which path should I choose? Die. Which path do you think you should choose? We know Franziska's answer, but what is your answer, Di? What is your answer? Should he stay as... You're not sure yet? We will probably find out the answer at the end of this. Alright, that's going to be it for Prosecutor Gambit for the year. Next year, we're going to start episode 4. A Turnabout Forsaken. All these episode titles were changed from the fan translation. But I am glad that we have this version now, because this draws in a better picture of what happened in the entire game that we got in the fan translation. This is much better. Though I do not like the name change. I don't think so. I don't think so. Okay, this walkthrough updates everything to this original name. So, come on, close. So let's take a look at it. Let's see. I'm still looking. It's called The Forgotten Turnabout. Okay, so that's going to put us to the end of that one. Okay. What do you think of that case, Di? Like that, yeah. You thought that one was bad. Wait until you see the next one. Wait until you see the next one. That one's sadder. All right, let's go find a raid which I'm sure Di is probably going to drop a hug and say hi because he probably misses her, right? Alright, that's going to be it. See, tomorrow Andy said he's doing grocery store simulator. Di, I gotta have a thumbnail. If you can make one for tomorrow. For that game. I still have to schedule it. Wednesday is going to be Dahack. The last Dahack stream for the year. No. Actually, that's incorrect. Dahack is going to be the first Dahack of the year. Because Wednesday is New Year's Day. Guys, remember that. Wednesday is New Year's Day. Because we're already on Tuesday, and it's New Year's Eve. So, Thursday, we're going to try to see if we can. Kara's going to play this. We're going to try to see if she's going to try to see if we can finally finish with them two on the PS2. Let's hope she finishes it. And on Friday it's going to be Curse of Darkness. That's our week. Saturday is going to be Zelda 2. And then hopefully if the Sunday doesn't get changed, I have it scheduled for Lament Event, which I pushed over to Tuesday because I originally had it scheduled for Tuesday. So Lament Event is on Friday now. Because I want to try to get these back dates fixed. But that's going to be it for tonight. Do take a look at Poggers if you haven't. I know it's after Christmas. It's still there. Surprise, we're still being affiliated with us. But anyways, that's it. You guys all have a good night. Happy New Year's Eve to everybody. If you already are very close to the new year,